Hello, I'm Galliana Angel. Welcome. Please give us a few moments. We're going to let a few minutes to let people gather, let the crowd gather as those notifications go out. So please bear with me, but we will get started in the next few minutes. As you join, please drop me a comment. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know that you can see and hear me. How's that? I see we're gathering. Can you let me know if you can hear me okay? In the comments? Hello? Hello? Can everybody hear me okay? Yay, we got it. Volume. Good. Okay. Thank you for joining. I am going to wait a couple minutes to let everybody gather. I'm glad you're here. It's really good to see you guys. I see several of you have joined in. While you guys are gathering, it looks like we got Kit. Hello. Hello, Belinda, Christina, Angela. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Come on in and get comfortable. We're going to be here for at least a couple of hours because I can talk a lot and I take a little longer than some mediums. But hopefully you'll get something wonderful out of it. I hope you guys, well, while we're waiting, let me check out my little altar back here. You know what? You can't see because of the glow. I can't tell if you can, but on my screen, you can't even tell what that big glow is. But I have never shown this off before. Look, this is solid selenite. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Oh my gosh, it feels so good. This is amethyst. And a few other babies there. Just talking with you while we wait for others to join in. Oh, Tink. Okay. Hello, Tinka. I always forget your real name. Sorry. That's all I've ever known you as. Hi, Jocelyn. Okay, so just so while we're waiting, let me show you some of my helpers. Okay, I have this amazing chunk of angelite. So beautiful, very high vibrational crystals that help raise the vibration. They're wonderful at helping communicate with spirit. This is some vanadite. I may be saying that incorrectly, but it's hard to see the sparkles there, but beautiful. And then I have my little crystal skull friends. I have a whole collection. Don't even ask me what half of them are. I know this one's lepidolite, but some of them I don't even know because I think this one's seraphinite. But they are extremely energetic. And if you're sensitive to energy, I can hold different ones in my hand and feel the difference, not because of texture and things like that, but you can actually feel it. Like the seraphinite feels kind of spiky to me. It's almost like an electrifying energy in my hand, where the softer ones, some of them are cooler, some of them are warmer. It's really strange to me because until I started my awakening and my activations, I was always sensitive to energy, but I didn't notice that kind of sensitivity. And now that I do, it's like, oh, wow, that feels totally different. And some people look at me like, you're crazy. I don't feel nothing different. But I know a lot of you out there know exactly what I'm talking about, which is really cool. So I am just going to take a drink here, and then I'll explain a little bit about what I'm doing here, and then we'll get started. It'll give a couple more people time to join in. I know a few people said that they were going to join, but they would be a little bit late. So I'm not going to wait too long to get going. I know that they'll trickle in. But please do hit that like button. Now that I'm back, I never really concentrated on trying to build a community on different social media networks. I really didn't care about followers. But my purpose here is to change lives, help people heal, make a difference. So I can't really do that unless you guys are hitting that like button and getting those algorithms going for me, all right? I am so grateful and honored to be able to offer free readings. And I don't mind offering free readings in groups like this. I can't do that many individual ones just because of my own personal energy isn't that strong to keep doing them. But all I ask for in return is that you guys share these videos, tell people, hi Snow, tell people about me, share my videos, and like my videos and my posts. If you guys do that for me, I promise I will continue to give you readings as often as I can now that I'm back. I do have to focus on my business just because I got to put food on the table and rent. But my main purpose is to serve, and my business is to serve. So either way, you're helping either side, me personally or my business. You're going to help other people. You're going to help other viewers get to see and connect with me, which means that way I have a chance of reaching the people that truly need it right now. And you guys, I don't even have to tell you how nutty this world is right now. I know that you know, and I know that you're feeling it. And let me see. I want to make sure. Oh, Snow is Deborah. Which Deborah? There's a couple of you. Which Deb is here? I don't want to say the last name just in case it's not the right person. But welcome, Deb. Yeah, so you know how crazy this world is right now, and people need healing more than ever. There is a lot of depression, anxiety, but mostly fear. And the more people we can reach, the more people we can calm down and let them know there's nothing to fear. Because guess what? Readings like this, true, real readings of light, only have motivation and inspiration and positive messages. There are no fear messages. There's no talking about evil consuming you. I mean, not that we can't help people that feel that they're consumed by evil or being attacked by something. Of course, I can work with that. But I mean, real good messages from spirit that is benevolent and of light is not going to fearmonger you. They're not going to talk about putting a curse on you. So we need people like this that have these abilities. Everybody has these abilities, don't get me wrong, but the ones that have honed them and know how to use them, we need to get these messages out to people. So please join me by clicking that like button and sharing these videos. Sign up for the channel so you get notifications when I go live, because I am going to go live on here fairly often as well. I'm going to do personal group readings because I just love this group so much, but I also need to reach the public and I need to reach a bigger platform. So I will do personalized stuff for you guys, but I also put this out there in the public. So please know that if we do it, you do want a reading, this is going to be shown on my YouTube to the public. So please do not ask anything that you are not willing to have put out there, or give a name, a different name if you want to sign in next time, maybe on a different account with a different name like Snow, so that we don't reveal who you are if that's what you don't want revealed, or so that you don't ask anything personal that you don't want everybody to know. But know that this is a beautiful, loving community, and that anything that we address is of total unconditional love and no judgment. So, anybody that does see it, and if a stupid troll does happen to say something, we totally ignore them because that's their problem in their world and it doesn't have anything to do with you. So please feel free to ask whatever you need to ask so that we can help you, because that's what we're here for. So anybody that I've missed so far, I'm not going to be able to address everybody, but glad you're back, Lisa. Okay. All right. So let me go back a little bit, because I know the other Lisa asked for one before we got on, but she's not here yet. So let me go ahead, and I'm still going to talk a few minutes before we get going, just to address a couple of things. But I do want to make sure that I got you guys down here. I got Jocelyn and Tinka. I believe, Tinka, didn't you already tell me you were interested in a reading, I believe? Can you please acknowledge that for me so that I know? Because that means unless Lisa, the other Lisa, is here, you would be first. And then Jocelyn. Oh, yep, Tink, I see you. Okay. Got it. So Tinka, you are first. Thank you for liking and subscribing. I really appreciate that. You guys, most of you know how these social medias work. The more likes and subscribes you get, the more your videos get seen. So that's what we need. Okay. Deborah LeBeau. Okay, that's who I thought it was. That was who first came to mind, but I know there's at least one more Deborah that's active in the group. So welcome. Glad you're here. Kit. Lisa. Well, I'm sorry to hear that there was a need for a life celebration, but what a beautiful thing to celebrate. I will definitely put you on the list. Okay, so I can't guarantee I can get to everybody. If you haven't received a reading before from me, I am not one of those quick readers that just flings things off the top of her head. I'm a lot more cautious and careful, and I do take a lot of time with you. I do usually take at least 15, sometimes 30 minutes with each person. So I will get to as many of you as I can. And if I do not get to you tonight, I will keep you on the list for the next reading. And I will try and keep a running list. But sometimes once these things get going like they used to, the list can get out of hand and it can get up to a month or more of a wait. I'm sorry. But I will get to everybody that I can tonight. So please bear with me. Okay, so I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. I've got Tinka, Jocelyn, Kit, and Lisa. Is there anybody else? Please tell me now. If I missed you, I apologize. Can you please tell me now in the comments that you would like a reading? Sorry, I have little monsters here that are my guard dogs. They think they're really big, even though they're not. Okay, Angel, that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Tink. Okay, so anybody? Okay, Christina, did you say you? Yes, you said you'd like one. Okay, got it. Thank you, Kit. Got it. Perfect. We are going to stop there for now. Anybody else that joins in? When I was active at doing this in the past, I had a helper that would usually keep track of anybody else that came in while I was reading, so I didn't have to be constantly reading the comments. I don't really want to worry about that right now, so what I'm going to do is just stop that the signing up for the moment, because I think we're probably at our limit for tonight anyway. Unless the other Lisa joins in, I did tell her I would try and get to her because she did ask first. From now on, though, I'm going to keep it to asking once the video starts. That way it's fair for everybody. That's just my guideline, instead of taking people in advance. Okay, Deborah, gotcha. I will put you on the list for sure. So, but yeah, I'm going to keep a running list. We'll always start from now on with asking at the time of the video. And next time, as I start to get going, I will ask a helper to keep track in the comments as well as while I'm reading, so that I don't miss anybody while I'm reading. But for now, we will stop there. So anyway, I just want to take a moment. Most of you are familiar to me. I don't know if I'm familiar to everybody that is here. Thank you, Kit. Everybody that is here. Well, Kit, if you feel like doing it, you can go ahead and keep track of the people that come in, anybody else that comes in, and if anybody asks for a reading, if not, and you don't get to it, that's fine. I know you were a little busy this evening and didn't plan on coming to do a job, so that's fine. Okay, go ahead, buddy. Excuse my son for a moment. Okay, Deborah, I've got you down. I don't know how delayed the comments are, so. Okay, so for those of you that aren't familiar with me, and anybody that watches this after the fact that does not know me, my name is Galliana Angel. I go by both Galliana and Angel. Most people know me as Angel. Okay, don't instigate. Sorry, but every time my little multi-poo sees my son, he puts his toy in his mouth and starts running around in circles barking. Come here, baby. Come here. You see my puppy? Get my little puppers. Oh, thank you. Ooh, yuck. Here's my little guy. And then I got my other big girl here. Hey, Salem. She's a little too big to jump up on my lap. But anyway, ugh. Not on the mouth. Anyway, I am a medium. I am a psychic medium. Every medium is a psychic medium. But I don't like to advertise the psychic part just because I am not a reader that likes to focus on the psychic part. I don't like to do predictions. They do come to me sometimes, but I don't like to focus on that aspect. I really naturally do psychic work as I intuitively give my messages to you, but it's focused around giving you messages from spirit, whether that be a loved one that's passed on or whether that be a spirit guide, an ascended master, even creator. So I am not one of the people that really focuses in on the predicting the future, and I can give you guidance as far as the future, but I just don't like that, because when you put that out there as a psychic, a lot of people just immediately want to know everything about their job, everything about money, everything about their relationships, and I can do that to some extent, but not the way a lot of psychics do. It just immediately kind of puts a stereotype in people's minds, and I like to avoid that. But anyway, because I'm reintroducing myself, I will let you know that you guys, those of you that know me, not really the same person that I used to be. I'm an upgraded version of myself, hence the name. Just so you all know, in case you're wondering why does she have multiple names, when I grew up, my mother did name me Angela so that I could be called Angel, and a lot of people did call me Angel. But I was also known to my immediate family as Angie, which when I first entered this community, a lot of people got to know me as Angie, and I still answer to it, of course. It's still a part of who I am. But as I began to spiritually awake, I realized that I was evolving and changing as a person. And the old me didn't feel as relevant anymore. It was still a very important part of me, but I didn't feel like that person anymore. I really felt like a completely different being. And for some reason, the name Galliana kept coming up for me every time I need to pick a name for like a game or like Renaissance Fair for my kids. We were playing and making up what our name would be if we were from Europe back during the Renaissance and things like that. And that name just kept popping up. So in meditation, one day, that name came up, and I asked my higher self and spirit, why does that name resonate with me so? And I got the answer that not only was it my name in a past life, but it's who I still truly am and who my soul identifies. It's the name that I most identify with. So it became my spiritual name. It also, for now, became my pen name. I'm going to be writing a novel here in the near future that I might use a completely different pen name for to keep that side of me separate. But so I started going by Galliana Angel, but I wanted to keep the angel part because it's relevant to spirit, right? And it also is still who people were getting to know me as, and I didn't want to keep changing my name. So that's where the Galliana Angel comes. It becomes a good business name. I think it's a good, strong spiritual name. But of course, I still answer to all. And when I first entered this community, I was fairly new in my awakening, back in around 2015-ish, between like 2014 and 2016 is when I started to realize I was awakening, and it was a little at a time. And man, some of you guys I connected with so early that I was just starting out developing my abilities. And I am a really strong case and story for the fact that before your awakening, you may not realize that you have these abilities. I didn't. In fact, I thought it was kind of kooky because of my life prior to it. Societal beliefs and things of that nature made me not sure of all of this stuff. But I am firsthand proof that once you realize that you have these abilities, you can start to learn them and fine tune them. But it does take effort. Okay, it does take work. Some teachers like to refer to it as like it's like a muscle, and if you don't exercise it and work it out like the brain, it gets lazy and it gets difficult to use. And over the last year or so, I haven't used it for these kind of readings. I haven't used it in the community this way. I used it a lot on my daily journey. I never lost connection with spirit completely. I did some individual readings for family and some close clients, but I took some time off. Basically, I came into the community. Sorry, I just caught my attention. Thank you, Angela. I'm glad you're here. I'm really grateful you're here. But basically, I came into the community. I started off as a spiritual baby, just like so many of you. And I started learning and honing those skills. And this group, the reason it's one of my favorites is because literally you guys gave me my shot at reading. I started off like so many of you are at right now, just doing readings in text on the group, in the comment section, to just try out my hand. And Spirit gave me this really big push one day that said, go live in group on Facebook and just give it a try and see how you like it. And I was terrified. In fact, I gave the whim and I did it and I announced it, but then I almost chickened out at the last minute. My anxiety went through the roof. I thought there's no way I can do this. It's one thing to type messages in comments where you have your time. You can take your time, you can leave and come back later and finish it. It's a whole nother one to do it like this, right? Where people are waiting on you and they're waiting for an answer. And that was terrifying. But you guys were lovely. And Alana and Carol and the members that have been around a long time just embraced me. And they were so patient and kind and gave constructive criticism that I needed that really supported my journey. And this has just been an amazing, beautiful journey. But during that time, I thought I was finished with my dark night of the soul period of my awakening that I actually went through before I realized I was awakening. I was actually awakening as far back as 1999 when my daughter was born. That's when weird stuff started happening, but that's when my dark night of the soul started. But I didn't know it back then. I didn't recognize it because I was so closed to all of it because of my religious upbringing and my family. But once I joined, I thought I was in a much better place. For 20 years, I suffered from physical chronic illness, which made me become disabled, unable to physically work outside of my home. I lost a big part of myself because I was so active. I played volleyball. I worked 60 hours a week as a retail store manager, not just a store manager, but I worked for a cellular phone company. And then I also was in an administrative assistant for years. And I also worked for a oil company as a sales rep, corporate sales, and did fleet sales for oil. And I was successful and I brought in a good amount of money, and I lost all that really suddenly after my daughter was born. And I was really sick. And then I found this community and I began to awaken. And I thought I had left that dark night of the soul. And I had been married for over 20 years, happily. We had our issues, but we were in a good place. And then in the midst of all of this, and right before the pandemic hit, I found out that my husband had a secret addiction. to opiates that he had been keeping from me. I knew something was wrong. I could sense it. And we discussed it. And after, for many years, he tried to seek out pain management the legal way. He did have a legitimate injury and degeneration in his spine and his shoulder that was killing him. He had a pinched nerve, but things were not showing up on the x-rays and all the tests like they were supposed to. He kept asking for help, and he was just getting handed ibuprofen, which didn't do anything, So he wound up turning to the wrong things. And by the wrong things, that's only by societal standards. By his, in my opinion, he did what he had to do to snuff out that pain, which was so physically bad that it became mentally and emotionally too much of a toll. Plus, he had a disabled wife and a special needs child to support. He couldn't take off work. He could not stop. He had to keep going, and he had to get out of bed every day. And he was working 2 jobs at many times. And, I hadn't really learned abundance and how to attract it yet and how the universe worked. And I couldn't support him the way he needed. And unfortunately, he became very sick. He still continued to keep his responsibilities. That's something I give him a lot of credit for. He never began stealing. He still continued to work and provide for us, but he suffered a lot. And in turn, that addiction took over his life, and it wound up taking over our life. And before I knew it, the beautiful man that I had fallen in love with and had 20 plus amazing, wonderful years with became a person I didn't recognize anymore. Sorry. But I want to put this out there because I know a lot of you are going through the same thing. It may not be a partner, but you have a loved one that is struggling with the same sickness. And I supported him through it. I never let him down because in sickness and health was true to me, and it meant a lot to me. And I would not leave him to die because he got to the point where had I not stuck by him, he would have been dead. He went through the things that a lot of addicts go through. He totaled his car, almost died in that. In fact, I believe that he actually had an overdose and didn't realize it because the stuff that he had taken, his dealer tested it on him without his knowledge, a new batch, and it had he was taking was uppers, but the batch had downers in it as well. And it put him to sleep while he was driving, and he didn't know it. And that entire weekend, he kept blacking out, and I had to keep him awake and keep him alive. And he wound up getting arrested shortly after that because he didn't want to tell me that he couldn't support his habit, and he didn't want to take away from our family finances. So this tells you the kind of man that he is, despite a lot of faults like we all have. Thank you, guys. He did not want to take away from us. And he was sick, too sick to rationalize the other way. And that was that if he did anything illegal to get his drugs, that he would be taking from us just in a different way. He was too sick at this point to understand. He rationalized it as, I'm not taking my family's money. So he started doing deliveries for his dealer. And before he knew it, he was pretty much dealing just a low man on the totem pole. And I begged him and pleaded with him and cried many nights telling him, you're either going to die or you're going to wind up in prison. You need to stop now. Your children need you. We need you. And that's exactly what happened. But I assure you, that was the universe stepping in and saving his life. Because if he wasn't in prison, he was going to die. He got arrested. I got him out on bail while we waited for his court date. during that time, actually the very next day he got out of jail, I was exhausted from being up all that whole night. I laid down to go to sleep. I'm downstairs. I hear a loud thud. And then I hear it sounds like he's moving furniture around. And I'm like, I just told him I was going to sleep. Why is he up there moving the damn furniture around? So, of course, I go up triggered with an attitude. And I walk up, and he's on the ground, on the floor in the dining room, having a seizure. And he's in a full-blown overdose. But I don't know it because I hadn't seen the signs or knew what an overdose looked like before, except for his accident. But that was different because he was treated in the hospital first. And then time elapsed. I didn't know if his blacking out from his accident was because he had a concussion or the overdose. So I hadn't seen a traditional type overdose of what you normally see. But I knew there was a possibility, but I thought we got rid of all the drugs. Where did he get the drugs? He just came home from jail. He told me he didn't have anything stashed in the house, and I really wanted to believe him. Yes, I have intuition, but I'm weak when it comes to my loved ones, like many of us are. So I so wanted to believe him. And evidently, he just could not sleep. He wanted to lay down and sleep too, and he couldn't. So he said, I'm just going to take this tiny bit. And it was enough because he had just been clean because of the time he was in jail. So his body responded to a full-blown overdose and went into a seizure. I didn't know if he had the drugs in his system or had an actual medical condition, but I'm calling 911 and I'm waking him. He's not responding. And it literally took me it felt like 15, 20 minutes. And it was probably 5 minutes, but it literally took me that long to bring him around. By the time they came in, they saved him with Narcan. They told me that if they didn't take him, he'd go out again. So, of course, I said, take him. And he came home. We went to the hospital. But you know what, guys? There's a reason for everything. And in the darkest times, it can be really hard to see what those reasons are. And it can be so angering that we don't want to see what those reasons are because to us, it's just so unjust. But we went to the ER that night. It's okay, buddy. Go ahead. We went to the ER that day. Excuse me, that it was actually morning. And that ER visit from his overdose, we told him that he fell on his bad shoulder when he seized. So they were checking his neck and his shoulder, which was where he had all these areas of pain. And guess what? For the first time in all those years, it showed up on the x-ray. That incident gave him the medical tests that he finally needed to get the proper medical treatment. It sucked that he had to go through that I had to go through finding him like that. But we got the tests and we got the x-rays, and then they went ahead and did a CAT scan and an MRI and everything to show that he indeed needed surgery because he had a pinched nerve and he did have enough degeneration that he needed pain management, proper pain management. And that was the turnaround of a lot of stuff. And then COVID hit and we found out he needed surgery, and we wound up having to wait months for that to happen as they got all the tests, and they, of course, insurance denied it, wanting him to go through physical therapy, which we knew wasn't going to be enough. And you guys, many of you know this horrible broken system of ours here in the States. I'm sure it's that way in a lot of your countries. But so between COVID and physical therapy and insurance denying him twice, including injections just for pain management, they wanted to deny those until he got more physical therapy. And it was just like, even if you do it the legal route, even if you have the tests needed to prove that you're hurting, doesn't guarantee that you get the treatment that you deserve. So basically, I know this turned out into a long story, but it's because it's important. It's important not only for my voice to be heard, and it's a blessing for you, a blessing to me to have your support. But it's important that we share these things. Thank you, guys. I'm hearing you and I feel your love. Thank you. But we got to get these out. And if I share it, I'm hoping and praying that you will share it too, and that you will talk to your friends and family or whoever you can. Call a support group, call a helpline, whatever it is. Call me, email me, uh, message me. We got to be there for one another, guys, now more than ever. Not just opiate, but addiction in general is out of control, and it is facilitated and made worse by the medical community. It's made worse by pharmaceutical companies, by the police, and the prison systems. It's all a big business, and any addict will tell you that it's their fault. Of course, we all need to take responsibility for our own actions, but they do play a big part in it, and we need to support and love each other through this. So that's why I'm sharing this with you. So thank you for your support. But I want you guys to know that if you're going through this, you are not alone, and you are loved, and you are supported here with us, this community. In fact, let this group be that for you. If you need to talk, reach out to us. This is a group of beautiful souls. And I know a lot of people are stepping back right now from social media, and the group sounds like it's not as active as it used to be. At least it was getting that way when I last participated too. That's understandable. There's so much going on right now. We all need to step back and take a break from the news and the social media as well. But let us support you and love you, okay? Please. And that's why it's so important for us light workers to be out there and to do all of these things to help everybody heal and to help everybody grow. But so you know, I took about a year off. Hi, Carol. Welcome. I took about a year off, and that's the person I was when I left it. My husband had just gotten arrested. We didn't know what was going to happen. Then COVID hit. I stuck it out as long as I could in this relationship. But that relationship, its time had passed. And as so many of you are experiencing right now, as we are ascending and we raise our vibration and the earth raises its vibration, we are outgrowing a lot of relationships. And I began to see that I was where I was supposed to be when I needed to be there so that I could love him and get him through that addiction. But the universe knew that I wasn't growing any longer in this relationship, that it was taking more than I was receiving, and that it was slowly killing me physically. I was getting to the point where I couldn't do readings anymore because I had no energy. And that's another story. I'm going to start readings in just a second. I just want to finish explaining where I've come since then. So I started to not be able to breathe. I started having anxiety attacks. And all the work I had been working on, I never got a chance to heal myself. And as a healer, you cannot properly heal others until you heal yourself. And I was recognizing that I was never going to be able to do that in this relationship, that I had a higher purpose, a calling that I couldn't fulfill in this relationship because I was living in anxiety every day. Every time he walked out the door, I was afraid he wasn't coming back, that he'd be dead before he could come back or arrested. Every time I'd lay down to sleep at night, I would double lock my doors and be afraid that some person was going to invade my house to try and steal from me because they knew my husband just had a wad of money on him and a ton of heroin or meth or whatever was his thing at the time, which turned out to be fentanyl in the end. He was sneaking people because I wouldn't let him out of the house the way he wanted to go to be able to deal his drugs. He was putting drugs on my windshield of my car at night and having people sneak up and drop the money in the cracked window. And when I called him out on that, he had them sneaking up in the middle of winter time with snow on the ground in the dark on my back porch to get their medicine. And I not only feared one of them being sick and coming to rob me, or just being greedy and coming to rob me, Not to judge addicts, because I know a lot of addicts are really good people, but they're sick. Okay? They don't think clearly, especially if they're sick, dope sick. They will do anything to get their drugs, some of them. But I also feared the police crashing through my door with guns drawn and my children and my grandbaby in the house, because at the time my daughter had just had her first baby and they were living with us. And I was terrified. And I lived like that every day in fear. I also found out that there was some possible infidelity. Let's just say, in my opinion, he was unfaithful. That we have different definitions of that, but it was unfaithful. And I don't have to go into details, but he broke my trust. And even though he continued to support us and did a lot of wonderful things for us, and he was a wonderful man, and he was an amazing father. He was incredible. He still is an amazing father. He broke my heart over and over again and broke my trust. And we had already gone to counseling. We had already rebuilt that trust once before. I can't live in a relationship without trust. So Spirit started showing me in all my readings and all my meditation that I've outgrown this relationship, and that I was there when I needed to be for him, and he was there when I needed him to be for me when I became disabled and needed support. But it was time to move on. Well, we were just coming to that conclusion when back in May, he finally got his surgery done and over with. He still needs another surgery. He had neck surgery, he had fusion to fix there were actually pinch discs in his neck, but he still needs shoulder surgery. But they couldn't postpone his sentencing any longer. He wound up taking a plea deal, and as of May, he was sentenced to 2 years in jail, in prison. Now he is 4 hours away from his family, has not seen his children or his new grandbaby since May, and it's been tough. But I'm also very grateful because he's clean and sober, and he's healthy. And he got placed because of his good record, because he had never been arrested prior to this, because he's nonviolent and he's a good, hardworking citizen. The judge gave him the minimum of everything he could by law. And he does have an opportunity to possibly get out early, but minimum requirement was 2 years, so he had to be sentenced to that. So we're looking at it as he's doing 2 years, and if for the grace of God he gets out early, then amen. But he's alive, and he got the first couple of months were hell because he was in jail for the first month, and then they go to this sorting center that's hell. But once he finally got where he was supposed to be, the actual prison, it's very low security. It's for people like him, where he can get the help that he needs. He gets a job. They have, it's like a camp. Okay, so it's a bunch of bunk beds in one room, and he's not in a cell anymore. He gets rec time throughout the day. He's out of his cell all day long. He doesn't have to stay in that cell like he did in jail and at the sorting center. He gets to work jobs in there, and he's actually happier than he's been in a long time. And when I talk to him, he sounds so much lighter, even in prison. His spirit is lighter. So as much as I hate him being there, I know that it was a blessing. And it was the universe's way of saying, Angel, I know you're not going to do this on your own. You love this man too much. You support him too much. You're not going to leave him. Even though I was trying. And it said, we're going to step in and we're going to save his life. And we're going to save you. Because twice, from the time he overdosed to the time he went to prison, I wound up in the hospital sick. At one point, they said the only thing they could figure is it was anxiety. But at one point, literally, I kept blacking out and my blood pressure would shoot up. This is laying down. It wasn't even postural. It wasn't me standing up or walking. I was laying down and my blood pressure would shoot way up and then just bottom out. And there was no other obvious reason for it. I was dying inside. And I'm going to be doing a course coming up. My next course that I'm doing is all about healing, emotional and energy healing, from within, because you can't heal physically till you heal emotionally and remove those traumas. So that's where I end up this story, is once he was out and I knew he was safe, I could focus on me. And I started doing just that, healing me and my children and our family, staying away from the media, staying away from social media. And I went inside and I started working on one thing at a time. And when I started doing that, my dreams became vivid and crazy. And I started remembering my dreams more than I ever have. And I started knowing that there was healing going on. And I started being able to analyze dreams for the first time ever. I developed a new gift of being able to know, that what that dream meant for me. And I could never do that before. Even the weird ones was like, just, these are too weird. And now I can. Oh, I'm so glad, Tink, that I hope it's helpful. I'm sorry that you resonate with it, but I'm glad that we're discussing it. And I love you. So anyway, we're going to get to the good stuff. But I wanted to share this. No matter how dark it seems, and I could have balled up and died knowing that he was going to prison. What am I going to do with my son? I'm here. I am suddenly a single mother for the first time ever, raising a special needs autistic child on my own. And I have to explain to him where his daddy is. And his daddy was in his life playing with him every day. Don is such a good dad. Literally would do the things with Hunter that I couldn't do. Skateboarding, playing tennis. Even though he was in pain, he would suck it up and do it. And he'd come in huffing and puffing and hurting, but he would do it. And he'd play video games, and they'd do puzzles together and artwork, and just a beautiful relationship. How was I going to do that with my baby without him? Well, he went to prison and I got a storage space. First I did was got out of my house because there was too much energy to clear all those memories. So I got out of my house. My daughter and her husband moved in, and they started renovating and knocking out walls and everything and clearing that place like in a way I couldn't. Found a new apartment that I love. Beautiful energy. The beautiful backyard that's wooded and it's gorgeous. And we have a beautiful lake, a pond, and 2 swimming pools that my son and I can use. And then I took all his stuff and I put it in storage. And I got all that energy attached to him out of my house. And then I focused on me, and I changed completely in so many ways. The old me is still here, and I love her, and I embrace her, and I am grateful for her. But I am Galliana now. Galliana Angel, warrior. No matter how dark it gets, you guys, you can turn it around and it will change. And that's one of the reasons I knew when I was going through this that I had to put my course out, my new course. My new course is about finding your purpose and embracing it and aligning with it. All through my journeys, I began to find this purpose, and I knew that my purpose was to do this, and it was to help others find their purpose, align with it, and heal. Because guess what, guys? When you can align your vibration with your actual real purpose for your life, you find joy like you can't believe. It becomes like magic. Work is not work, it's joy. Working on this course became therapeutic for me. And I knew that I needed to put out a course that would teach others to do exactly what I did. I still haven't achieved my spiritual retreat, my ranch, but that's coming. That's in my 2 to 3 year plan. Now that that's the whole point of me also putting out these courses for the financial aspect. The courses are mainly to serve others, to help others. But of course, I'm going to take the benefit of my hard work and take those finances, but I'm going to roll those finances into getting me on better footing, and then opening a spiritual retreat, a communal retreat where people can come from all over the world and offer their abilities and fulfill their purpose for others together. Whether you're an energy healer, whether you're a massage therapist, whether you're a hypnotherapist, whether you're a doctor, a psychologist, whatever your purpose is, whatever your passion is, you come and offer those up in return for everybody else's services and abilities. And we every night have drum circles. Every night we have healing sessions. All day long we're out in nature and we're around animals, which of course I'm going to have horses and tons of animals around. I'm going to have hobbit houses for you to stay in. I'm going to have tree houses for you to have stay in. And then I will have a main lodge for the people that don't want to rough it. But it's going to be beautiful and amazing. There's going to be some kind of a natural body of water, a creek, a river. Can you tell where I'm from? That's my dream, and that's going to happen, and Spirit has told me I'm going to succeed at it, and I'm getting there. I'm so much closer to that now just in the last year than I have been my entire life. And that's what these courses are going to make happen on a financial level. And then I'll be able to do retreats where people come for a weekend or a week, but then people can also have an area where they can stay for longer as long as they contribute and help. They'll be able to stay for free or very low cost. So that's my dream. That's going to happen. But the courses in their own are going to help people change and evolve and heal. And then the retreats are going to take it a step further. You call it a crick too. Anyway, thank you for listening, you guys. I'm going to start the readings, but while I'm doing that real quick, I just want to tell you I love you. I thank you for your support, but I am a totally different person now. I also went ahead and got certified to be a life coach and a spiritual life coach. All of my channeling and intuitive abilities have also prepared me for that. But a spiritual development teacher I've been for all this time anyway. So I'm going to apply all that. I created this new course called My Soul Purpose, and there's going to be 2 versions of it. There's the experience, because to me, it's not just a course, it's a life-changing, transformational experience, a step-by-step process on how to turn your life around and to change and come back from the trauma, to come back from the hardship, and to be able to avoid those things, except the ones that have to happen for important life reasons, and how to learn and grow from those experiences. That's the name of the course. Right now, I just introduced a beta version of that so that I can work out the kinks and get some really good, solid feedback. I'm going to put all that information in the comments section after the video, along with my new website. I want to invite you guys first of this group before the rest of the public. I really, really would love if this resonates with you, if you would like that type of a course where you can learn about your life purpose, where you can learn how to align with it and how to tune into your intuition and better hear your inner guidance and connect with your guides. If you want to learn how to do all of that, I'm offering in exchange for your feedback and your assistance on working through any issues with the course at half off right now. So that would be the way to get in on it if you want to save money and still get the same experience. You'll also work with me one-on-one and work with the group on lives. And what's so awesome about this course is it's different than any other course because it's an intuitive course and it's going to change constantly. This course, every time a new group of students signs up, I'm going to tune in intuitively and figure out what that group needs and meet that individual group's needs. And then it'll change for the next group. So it really is going to be an ever evolving course specific to the group of students that are taking it. And then we'll work on those individual needs, both in the on-demand coursework that you can do on your own, as well as in group. There's drip content that will be released each week because it will be overwhelming with the amount of work that needs to be done if I release it all at once. But it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be an amazing experience. So please, if it resonates with you and you want to help others, because you will truly help make this course what it needs to be with your input. Please check it out. Please, for those of you that have just joined us, hello Penny, hello Carol, and anybody else I might have missed. Please, now more than ever, I've never asked for followers or social media likes and stuff like that before. That wasn't me, because I didn't care about any of that, and I really don't care about it. But for the algorithms, I need to build a following now so that I can help people. The more people I reach, the more I can help. And Spirit's telling me with your help, I can do that. So please, if you haven't yet, subscribe to all the channels that you like on the social media that you are on. I don't expect you to go to every single social media platform, but the ones you frequent, please like and subscribe to this channel so you get notifications. Please like the videos and share them, share them, because you never know who's going to need to hear that message at that moment. Everybody gets something different out of these. They're going to hear the same exact thing you're hearing, but it's going to mean completely different meanings to them and what Spirit wants them to hear. Their guides are going to be working with them and their higher self to make sure they get what they need out of it. So please share everything, all of my posts, even the simple ones that's just a meme or something. You might not think it's that big of a deal, but if it's inspirational, please like and share it. Get those algorithms going so that we can reach everybody out there. As light workers, that's what we need to be doing right now. We're awakening people en masse. It's not our job to awaken them, but we are the tools that Spirit are going to use to help them awaken. Their higher selves will guide them to us, but we have to put it out there. Okay? So please, like everything. I'm not asking for money. I'm just asking you guys to please help people be reached by this. And that would make me very, very happy. Okay. So everybody that is here, I already started a list. I may not be able to get to anybody else tonight, but as I explained, if your name's not on the list yet and you want a reading, I'm going to stop for a moment as I get my cards out. Please do comment now, because I won't be able to watch while I'm reading. Let me know, because I am going to try and do another reading here in a week or so. So it might not even be a full week, but I have a lot coming up this week. So I can't promise I'm going to be going live every week, maybe even not even a couple weeks, but I'm definitely going to be trying to go live more regularly, both in group. But I got to balance it with the public as well, because that's going to help me build the following. So anytime that I go live, not for the group, I'll still post it in the group so you can still join me, even if it's not specific for the group. Okay, Carol, beautiful. Okay, so while I am getting these ready, I am going to start with Tink. And anybody, hopefully everybody's still able to be here after that long discussion. Every reading's not going to be that much talking at the beginning, I promise. It's just me being back for the first time. I really needed to share where I've been and how much I've changed, because, which reminds me, my energy. I said I would mention about my energy. I'm going to show you the cards that I have, but Tink, be thinking of a question you might have or what type of reading you want. What I really discovered, I knew that energy kicks my butt whenever we have a shift in energy or a big influx. And one thing I've learned about myself through my healing journey is one of the reasons for that is because that's one of the type of light workers I am. My body actually transmutes energy through my DNA. And I'm so sensitive that whenever we go through a new portal, like this 9-9 one we just went through, or the Lion's Gate last one, and these solar flares that come through, they literally knock me on my butt. So I could literally be in bed for 2 to 3 days, sleeping nonstop. I wake up long enough to eat, refuel, do a couple of hours of work or take care of my son, run to an appointment, and then I'm back in bed. So that's the only reason I can't commit 100% to a regular schedule, because I never know at what time I'm going to be so wiped out and exhausted that I'm just going to have to stop everything and lay down and go to sleep. So I mentioned that my energy with my relationship was killing me. Well, then imagine having that on a daily basis on top of it. But I learned that about myself, and that is one reason why I've had such bad chronic fatigue for several years now. But yeah, I totally changed and evolved to a different person. So unfortunately, you're going to benefit from that in a big way. But unfortunately, I'm so rusty that I'm going to need I might not need them. I'm going to use the cards along with my intuition for the first few readings till I get back in the swing. I haven't used that muscle, haven't flexed it. So I want to make sure I have good, strong answers for you. And the books are going to help me with that. But you'll still get the intuitive stuff along with it. So bear with me as I do that, because I used cards in the past, but I really started getting away from them and trying to just wing it and do complete mediumship without the use of cards. Not that there's anything wrong with the cards, but I got good enough. I didn't need them, and I was really feeling more positive about that. So right now I'm feeling a little like I need some extra help. Okay, so I see Tink said, oh, I lost it. Where'd she go? Interested to see what Spirit has to tell her. I love that. Okay, so I'm going to show you my cards, and I got quite a few, but this has been my favorite deck lately. I absolutely love the Earth Warrior deck. Really cool story, very short story. I gave this to my son's beautiful girlfriend of many, many years. Unfortunately, they broke up a couple of months ago. It was time, but sad to see it because she was such a lovely person. I had given her this deck. She passed it back to me because she didn't really resonate with it. And the first 2 readings I did with this deck, I knew I was supposed to have it the whole time. And the reason she passed it back was because her higher self knew, or Spirit was telling her, this deck was for me. So it's a beautiful deck. It may not be for you. So tell me what deck resonates with you when I show you. Okay, I've got the Earth Warrior Oracle. You've been doing intuitive psychic and mediumship with no cards. Yay, Tink. Awesome. Okay. This one is the Divine Circus. Also very cool. My very first deck that was just amazing. Isis and the Egyptian cards. Just whichever one resonates with you, please, because everybody is different. Not to overwhelm you, but Unicorn and Fairy. Past life, if you want a past life. And then for the star seeds in the house, I got the Oracle deck for the star seeds. And then I got the Tarot deck for star seeds. So, and this is specifically Syrian star seeds, but it also applies to others. Earth Warriors, it is. Tink. Beautiful. All right. I'm excited. A little apprehensive just because it's been a while, but excited. And because it's you guys. I knew coming back that I wanted to start with you for supporting you, for all the support and love you've given me, but also because you're my comfort place. So super excited. We're going to see what Spirit has to ask Tinka here. All right, Tink. We are calling on Tink Spirit Guides. Oh, by the way, I am a teacher that likes to explain what I'm doing as I go so that you have, if it's your first time or you're new to all this, you kind of get an idea of what's going on in my head and my process instead of just hearing answers and then going, how'd she do that? Oh, thank you. You guys are amazing. I love you. All right. Hearts Love Joe. Let me see. Let me write this down. And your question before I forget. Okay. Hearts Love. I may not be able to get to you tonight just because I've already got a list going on. But I'm putting you on the list, and if I don't get to you tonight, my next reading, I will try and tag you in it and invite you back, okay? But I do have a list already, and I take, as I explained a few minutes ago, I take longer than most because I take my time with you. So I don't want to shortchange anybody the messages that are coming in. But we're focused on Tink right now. Tink spirit guides, please tell me what she needs to know that's critical for her experience right now. There's one. And I'm hearing how many cards? They want to do 3 for you. So let's see what we get with which 3 cards. These are amazing, beautiful cards that are going to give us a really amazing, awesome reading for Tinka right now. There's your second. Keep these in order. I'm going to keep it to 3 cards or less, and then I'm going to try and speed up a little bit. Just, here we go. That one hopped over. Just to speed it up a little bit, but make sure still you get your full message. There may only be 1 card for you. It's really up to Spirit. It's not up to me, but you'll still get a good message. And with this one, we've got Mayu, Soma from the Galactic Heart. Let's see if you can see that beautiful warrior here with this amazing white light coming from, emanating for her right in the heart chakra. And let's see what she has to say. Guides, tell me what to add to Tink's cards as we go. Soma, the divine galactic heart. She is the divine mother's milk of the galaxy is feeding your soul. Expansion of your horizons, your spiritual purpose, and your sacred responsibilities are taking place right now. Divine potential within you is awakening at a higher turn of the creative spiral of consciousness. This oracle is the prophecy of your ascension and grace. Your soul has been going through a very deep spiritual feeding process and is growing so rapidly. Oh, thank you guys. The evidence of this is the outer world will be a sense of expansion of opportunity, reach, connections, and new levels of spiritual experiences. And if I pause, it's because I'm listening to Spirit. Okay. Newborn energies and fertility, whether biological, creative, or psychological, are being stimulated within you right now. The oracle indicates the discovery, development, and expressions of talents. An increasingly public profile, which moves you into the spotlight, can help you fulfill your divine life mission, provided you keep your inner connection to Spirit as your highest priority. The oracle speaks of soul healing around matters of trust, spirit, mother, and abundance. Okay. Before I move on, because there is more, the first time I paused on opportunities. I heard that if it hasn't already started, which it may have, Spirit is telling me that, Tink, you are going to have an opportunity present itself to work with someone else that is going to help you get your purpose across, that is going to help you fulfill your purpose in a bigger way. I'm hearing they really want you to, okay, Spirit, what's the word? Not network, but collaborate with some other people. And I feel like in your spiritual belly group, please forgive me if I don't have that correct. This is part of a way to be able to do so, but they're telling me you're going to have opportunity to collaborate with somebody on a bigger level, but keep your eyes open for this opportunity because it may not be extremely obvious at first. But if you feel drawn to somebody, or somebody presents themselves even in a subtle way of wanting to work with you, that you need to reach out and take that opportunity. It's really even, and I'm also hearing you may not realize the reach and effect that it has. Okay, that it really may be so subtle that you don't realize who all you're reaching and how much positivity it's bringing, but you are helping people heal. Let's see. Yes, growing rapidly. Hi, Ethel. Welcome. Please feel free to watch the replay, Ethel. I'm reading for Tink right now, but I'm so glad to see you. You're working in the reading room. That's right. Let me ask if that's it or if there's more. I'm hearing more. That's a start, but there's going to be more. The universe, they're telling me your willingness to step into that position is putting the energy out there to attract even more collaboration. And they're telling me, don't doubt yourself. You can do it. And they're so proud of you for stepping out and taking these opportunities. They're telling me, Angel, she's grown more than you can even realize since you last talked. And I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that energy. And they are saying, keep up the amazing work and watch for that new opportunity that's coming soon. And then I also heard emphasis on mother and abundance. Soul healing that still needs to take place around trust, spirit, mother, and abundance. I'm hearing you. Okay, I'm hearing that there are deeper issues with your mother relationship or a relationship that's like a mother relationship. It could even be a grandmother or somebody you considered like a mother, could be mom, but that there's even deeper healing than you realize needs to take place. I'm not getting specifics, that's private, but there is some kind of healing that needs to be done around a mother figure that you haven't addressed yet. And they're saying that whether you realize it or not, it is still holding your growth back. And that as difficult and as hard as it is, you've still got to let that go and continue to forgive. I'm hearing there's still some triggers there. And that you will be surprised. But once you heal that and really work at letting go of that you're going to open up even more on a huge level, and it's going to heal. You're going to actually feel parts of that energy that's blocked within you be let go as you release it, as you work with that relationship internally. And they're not saying you have to deal with it with her specifically. If it's tensions too much or too much trouble with her, it's not possible to work with her. You do it internally within you. It's about how it is affecting you. And if you work on that, you are going to feel so much lighter and you're going to feel free to fly and really embrace yourself, because I'm feeling, oh my gosh. Okay, guys, can you see my goosebumps? I don't know if you can see that or not. When I get goosebumps, it's Spirit's way of telling me that I'm getting it right and that I'm spot on. So I'm sorry if this is a sensitive topic. But they're telling me that part of that relationship is affecting your confidence and your acceptance of yourself. And that once you're able to heal that and let that go, you're going to fly, girl. And there's not anything can hold you back at that point. Let's see. I am a different person. You don't speak with her at all. I'm sorry. Yes, please do. You can message me and we can talk about it. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Yes, Kit. You do it with your higher self, Tink. And we can talk about that. Yeah, you don't have to talk to her. She's got her own issues, but that's what you need to realize and work on is those are her problems. Those problems, even though they directly affect you and therein it feels like it is you, about you. Honey, it's not you. She's hurt. And not by you specifically. She was already hurt and traumatized before your situation came up. She needs to work on herself, and her rejection of you is all about her issues. She may say that it's because of you, and you may even feel like in some way she has some reason for it deep back in your mind, even though you may feel defensive at times. Nope. She was already hurt and traumatized. You just triggered her and made it worse, but it wasn't you making it worse. She allowed herself to respond that way. That was her choice. I'm sorry. My son is in there giggling his little head off, and I apologize if you guys hear him during such a sensitive topic. I apologize. Yes, it is. It's not, yeah. It's not about your issues, it's about hers, but now you're the one unfortunately stuck trying to heal the pain that this caused. And I'm sorry. She's absolutely projecting it onto you. So you now have to figure that out and figure out how to heal that within, working with your higher self, working with your heart chakra, working with your root chakra, because your mom is your sense of security. That's your sense of self and your sense of safety. And when you are rejected by a parent like that, you really lose all sense of that. And it really takes a toll on you in a lot of ways. You absolutely are. You absolutely are, Tink. And you've got this, honey. All you got to do is go deep within, and it's not going to be easy, but it's going to be so much. I think you're afraid to heal it because you're afraid to let it all come up and feel it again. Please let me put you at ease. When we heal these things, you may not even cry. You may cry hysterically, but the amount of time and the pain that you're going to feel reliving it to heal it is minimal. It is usually so short-lived. Even if you cried all day, not to downplay what that feels like. I can't even imagine, but it's one day out of the rest of your life. You've been hurting for a good portion of your life. And the longer you keep it in and don't heal it, the longer you continue to suffer. And you will suffer every day for the rest of your life until you learn how to let it go. But if you let yourself go there and you do the work, you will honestly, you can, and you will release it. You will feel so much better. And once you're done crying or being angry or whatever comes up, let it come up. Don't fight it. Don't push it back. Don't swallow it, because that's what you've done for too long. Let it come out. And guess what? When you're done, you're going to feel amazing. You may have a headache. You may have a stuffy nose, but you're going to feel so much lighter. And then you're done. If you do it the right way and really let it all out, you are done, and you don't have to suffer anymore, and you are free of that prison that she put you in. And unfortunately, your subconscious puts yourself in. You're going to walk out of that jail cell feeling amazing, and then you're not going to suffer anymore. So please, please, so many of us are afraid to let it come up because we don't want to relive that. It's painful. I get it. But I've done it. I've done the work myself, and not specifically about my mother, but actually a few things about my mother, but not to that degree. But even the stuff I've gone through that was the most traumatic in my life, and I only shared a small portion of my trauma, unfortunately. When I released it, I couldn't believe. I said to myself, why didn't I do this sooner? Why didn't I do this sooner? Because I feel so much better. Had I known that it was going to be that easy, in the sense of compared to what I've been putting myself through for 30 years, I would have done it way sooner. And now I'm free, and I don't ever have to deal with that anymore. And you know what? Those triggers are gone. It doesn't trigger me anymore. So please let yourself feel that. Yes, That's a good start with that book. Yeah. Okay, so similar issues around abundance. And I'm sure a lot of that stems from your relationship with your mother as well, that sense of security, that foundation. If we don't have that with a parent, how can we feel that the world's going to give us what we want and that we can accumulate what we need, right? I mean, it's a catch-22. So I think you're going to have to address these things singularly, abundance and your fear of lack and your mother relationship, but then also embrace them together, because I feel like you're still really struggling to manifest. I feel like you're doing it in a huge way compared to what you used to, that you've already grown a lot, but there's still deep-seated fear around abundance, and it may be conscious, it may not, but you're still feeling that you're not going to get what you need. And as long as you feel that even a little bit somewhere, you're not going to get what you need. You really, truly need to embrace and believe that the universe has your back. Spirit has your back. Your higher self is capable of anything. I am capable of building my spiritual retreat exactly the way I envision it in my mind, even though the old me would have said, yeah, right, at my age, that's never going to happen. Forget that. No, if I believe that, I'm never going to achieve it, right? Tink, you've got this, girl. You need to dream bigger is what I'm being told. And don't laugh at yourself when you do dream big, okay? Because you can bring it. Yeah. That little worry is what you need to work on. You need to affirm to yourself every day till you start seeing the results and you become convinced. Keep telling yourself every day and focus on gratitude for the things you already do have. Focus on what you do have versus what you don't. And then focus on the things you want in a positive way as if you've already got them, okay? Because you can and you'll do this. Beautiful. Don't. That's wonderful. Don't ever doubt yourself. That's amazing. Okay, I said I was going to speed it up and then I slowed down. Sorry, but it touched me here. Okay, so Maya, the star goddess of the Milky Way, was seen clearly in the skies of the ancient Incas. In Western traditions, the Milky Way is recognized as a metaphor for nourishment and milk of the heavens. When she appears as an oracle, it's an omen of happiness, satisfaction, and fulfillment. If you develop your spiritual practice, you shall come to experience feeling drunk and high on bliss, divine bliss, like a baby in the ecstasy of complete fulfillment through the mother's milk. This is where you seek that mother relationship that you desire. As you mentioned, your mom is not capable of giving you what she needs to give you, what you need. But you can get it from yourself and your spiritual growth and diving into your life purpose the way you've begun to. But you keep doing that, and it's going to show up in your life in a huge way. And you're going to feel so fed and so fulfilled that, as the example says, like a baby being fulfilled through the mother's milk. When we connect with the galactic heart, is as a sign of spiritual advancement. We are growing in such a way that our being becomes ready, willing, and able to take up more spiritual space in the atmosphere. We expand. You will express that spiritual growth in your life according to your talents. If you are a thinker, your ideas will become more inspired, expansive, and original. If you are a healer, you will experience the flow of a new quality of divine consciousness through your work. If you are a leader, you will experience a feeling of being overshadowed by something truly great, kind, and helpful that will help you in your process. While at the same time, you'll feel more fearless, bold, and confident to speak your truth and guide those in your care. Whatever the truth of your soul encounters with the galactic heart, You are granted in order to evoke, expand, and empower it upon the earth. Some interpretations of the Vedas from ancient India see the Milky Way as heavenly. Soma, the nectar of immortality, that's who this is, and the drink of the divine. She can feel the soul, but like any food, or she can feed it, the soul, but unlike any food, healthy or otherwise, too much at any given time is hard to digest and can create more harm than good. More divine light and energy is not always better, at least not when trying to take it all at once. We need to learn that when enough is enough, to detach from the Divine Mother's breast and rest in contentment and fulfillment of the present moment. Wow, this is a long one. To allow ourselves to be spiritually fed, to know when to latch on and when to detach from the flow of spiritual energy, to allow for mind, body, and soul to rest and adjust to the increased levels of light and spiritual nutrition, and to metabolize that for healing growth. We need to feel trust and surrender into the divine feminine. If we had a difficult issue around trust, support, and nourishment as humans, then clearing those issues through grace, so as to be able to receive the heavenly nectar without greed or fear, is important. They're doing this to let me know that that definitely applies to you, that it's going to take grace. They're telling me the same way that Creator and Mother Earth give us and show you grace every day, us every day. You need to find it within your heart to show grace to those that have hurt you, no matter how difficult it can be. Okay? You, in a human way, have to be the bigger person, but in a spiritual way, you have to be the more loving, compassionate person that they're not capable of being. And that's hard. It's not easy. But when you get there and you work at it, the same way we're given grace for the things that we do, whether we deserve it or not. She may not deserve it, but we're given it anyway. And God knows if we hadn't been given grace, where we would be at the moment. It is so hard. It can be, Belinda. Tink. It really can. Okay, so support and nourishment will come to you if you show that grace, and you'll receive exactly what you need. Maya offers healing of these matters with grace, digestion and integration, allowing us to utilize the blessing and become ready for further expansion when it is time to be fed again. We trust that her sacred food will be available when needed. We can learn to rest into all that the Galactic Mother will provide for your soul, growing us into the fulfillment of our spiritual radiance and maturity, one dose of our extraordinary blessing, Soma, at a time. So what they're telling me that means for you is, as you work through your feelings of that little bit of worry about being supported by the universe, and you start to let that go, you'll begin to trust that when you need that support, it'll be there for you. And you'll start to notice it comes every single time you need it. But until you learn to trust, and I'm hearing resign yourself to it, to believing in it, that it's there for you, you're still going to always struggle with worry. And they're saying, we know it's not easy, but that's why we need to be in a place of gratitude, because even when you're finding gratitude for the smallest of things, not the big things, but the small things, whether it be the smile on our child's face or a niece or nephew, or the joy you brought to somebody today, or even just that flower that you found growing in your garden, or the beauty of that hummingbird or that butterfly came to you today. You find joy and gratitude in those little things and start recognizing that as a message from the universe, and that they are supporting you. You'll start recognizing how often we miss those things. And we are really missing the fact that the universe is there all the time, every time we need it. And the more you start to recognize that, the more it'll be abundant to you, and you'll see it in a bigger way. It'll start showing up in bigger ways. So I'm going to skip these little healing processes at the end of each card, and I am going to speed up now so that we can get to the next person. But I want to do these real quick, and that's a longer one. We don't normally have them that long in here. But the next one is Padma Sundari. And Jocelyn, if you're still here, you're next, hun. So go ahead and think of a question that you have, if you have a question, or we can just do a general reading. And if you remember the cards that I have, pick a deck of cards. Padma Sundari, out of the darkness, the light is born. Number 17. Okay. The light is powerful enough to survive exposure to the dark side of humanity and remain pure, empowered, and effective. Trust in your spiritual purpose as light in this world. You are the light. Trust particularly in your ability to bring purity, order, grace, and light to the disorder that you witness and experience. Light to the chaos and the destruction. The divine is ever by your side and ever within your heart, assisting you with the highest purpose in all of ways. All issues can be healed. Kit, can you please write down what Jocelyn is asking for so I don't miss it? Please. Thank you. All issues can be healed through the unlimited recourse and creative resourcefulness of the divine. You are destined to be part of a creative solution for an issue that you have in your life or that exists in the world that touches your heart. The issue only exists so that the divine genius can resolve it. Struggles are sometimes the best way for us to learn something we need to understand for our life journey. And ain't I a perfect example of that? Minding my English and the ain't, sorry. So I believe you are too, Tink. That's incredible. The issue only exists so that the divine can resolve it, so that it can be an example and a motivation and inspiration for others. So they're saying there's something out there that either is in your life, a problem or issue, or that you are going to be aware of that you can help solve for somebody else in a big way that is going to touch people. And it only happened as a life lesson for them to learn from, and you too. That's really powerful. Trust that when you ask for help, even apparently impossible situations can be turned around. With willing human engagement and divine grace, there is more than enough light, healing, creative innovation, wisdom, and energy available to keep Mother Earth and all her creatures, including humanity, thriving. Never give up your hope and trust in what is possible, nor your willingness to act upon that hope and trust. Never, ever. The Divine Mother in the form of Padma Sundari is Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, beauty, love, and spiritual enlightenment. She represents as a shining lotus, an ancient symbol for spiritual enlightenment. The lotus rests purely upon the muddy waters from which it is grown. Lakshmi's divine lotus flowers remind us that the spiritual light needs materials, form, through which it can manifest itself in the world. It grows through the muck and the mud, or sits on top of it, and still shines pure light. Exactly, Tink, that's correct. She reminds us that no matter what darkness we drive through, we still come through as light, as if it were divine electricity needing the lamp of the soul through which to give the gift of illumination. Without the lamp, the electricity cannot manifest its power, and without electricity, the lamp cannot fulfill its true purpose. You are the lamp shining the light into this world, and when Padma appears, her message is that you are able to do a lot of good in this world. Never underestimate that. Divine Mother will assist you with your purpose so that you succeed, but you must take action. Continue to take action, and is what they said in my ear. Allow the light of Spirit into your soul so that you never again feel that you are doing anything on your own. Remind yourself regularly you have a divine sponsor, guide, coach, partner, and friend with you always. That friend has unlimited resources. There's nothing you cannot do. And she is the most powerful will of all. Notice how your confidence to take action increases when you build that belief system within you. How much more secure, courageous, and willing you will become, despite how far you've already become. Part of your spiritual path requires you walk your talk and live in a way that shows optimism and practicality. When something's not working, we don't need to hide from it in shame. We face it because we have spiritual esteem and self-confidence. When we choose courage, we can confront what isn't working and are able to search for answers. And they're doing this again, meaning that applies to you. Make sure you have courage no matter how things don't seem like they're working out. Know that they are, even if it's behind the scenes without you knowing it. Rather than becoming overwhelmed or afraid in the darkness, remember the Holy Mother is with you and within you. With your active participation, she will bring you everything that you need to confront and tackle any issue, no matter how intimidating it may seem, one step at a time. This is the end. Along with the power of your divine connection, you have the intelligence and the ability to find information, to educate yourself, to try out new behaviors, so as to become an active part of the solution for any matter that moves you deeply. Taking these steps will boost your self-esteem and your energy levels, helping you to feel good about yourself and your presence in this world. It's not about being perfect. It's about taking the next step and trust into divine timing, realizing that there is far-reaching good that can happen through you as you continue to actively engage the life and your inner divine relationship. So believe in what it is that you will accomplish together through your passion and your adoring devotion to Earth, Mother, and children. And I'm hearing that that is pretty much spot on and doesn't need further. Last one. And I'm realizing if we have anything this long, I'm going to have to limit it to one or two cards. I don't normally draw that long of a one for me. Okay, so this is Chaaska. Star of Venus. Okay, kid. Good. Your faith is strong, and I'm proud of you for that. And I'm also hearing keep it that way, because you are going to be challenged, but in big ways to help you grow. And I'm hearing not trauma, just ways that are going to make you stop and think and even question, is this working? And they're saying make it work when that happens, because you can and you will be able to work through it. Okay, so the last one, and then we're going to Jocelyn, is the Star of Venus. That's who she is. She supports an inner shift to higher consciousness. Whether or not you consider yourself to be financially skillful, part of your sacred power and purpose includes the healing of economic and financial matters in your own life and the world. Financial and abundance, you heal it first within you, and then you'll be able to help others. You are meant to experience the abundance, creating and sharing prosperity. You notice this has come up in multiple cards now, which means it's something they really want you to take to heart. You're meant to experience it, creating and sharing prosperity from a place of inner spiritual security. A healing liberation from poverty consciousness allows the universe to work through you more easily without the obstruction of the negative conditioning, the conditioning from society, the conditioning from your upbringing. Financial healing is indicated here. Let go of the fear and trust unconditionally that the universe is supporting you. What brings you a sense of joy, purpose, and passionate devotion? Focus on that. What brings you a sense of joy, purpose, and passion? Then believe in your ability to thrive by being and expressing your authentic self. doing that, that is your financial currency. Being in alignment with what you're passionate about and your life purpose will bring you financial abundance naturally. You will naturally attract it to you because you'll be at the vibration of your life purpose. And when we are at that higher vibration, we attract abundance. And the universe can't help but support us. It's just a natural law. It just happens. So trust in that. If you don't trust in the world supporting you, trust in your passion and your life purpose. Focus on that. And as you do that, things will continue to support you. Notice how you relax into flow and more easily attract what you need when you acknowledge that the universe wants you to flourish through just being you. Focus on putting your beautiful beliefs out into this world, not in consuming the negativity or the fear of others. Give your spirit abundantly. Nothing is beyond the reach of divine assistance. Trust in this, and you can fulfill your purpose of being a positive influence in this world. Anything else for Tink? I said, nope, we covered it. How's that sound? Does that resonate, Tink? I know you said in the beginning it was pretty spot on. Do you feel like it wraps up supporting what you needed to hear? Oh, Kit, I'm glad. Thank you, Penny. Okay, Kit, can you please take down the last couple of people that asked for a reading? While I wait for the response from Penny, let's see here. How can I do that? So there we go. Okay, troll's gone. Bye-bye. Yeah, I don't even listen to those people. Okay, so yeah, Kit, if you could take down the last couple of people that asked for a reading. While I'm waiting for Tinka's response, which she just came through, and we'll start with Jocelyn next. I just let you know, the next readings are not going to be that long. I'm just getting back into this. I put your name on the list. I'm probably not going to get to you tonight. I'll let you know that right now. I apologize, but I'll be here all night if I do everybody. But I am going to read again within the week. And if she takes down your name as it appears on here, and I can go back to this video, I will try and tag you to let you know when we are going live again. And you guys will definitely get a reading as long as too many more people don't join. The ones that have already asked will get a reading at the next reading. Okay. And if you can, please like and subscribe to the channel. And that way you'll get notices that I'm going live again, so you can tune in to get your reading when it's your turn. Okay, so Jocelyn wanted to hear from her parents and anything Spirit wants her to know. Okay, thank you, Tink. I'm glad that worked for you. Okay, Jocelyn, did any of the certain cards ring a bell with you that you'd like to hear from? We got the Isis, Divine Circus, which is different circus characters that goes into a lot of detail about your life and what's happening. Earth Warriors. I am only going to do one or two cards just to make it go faster. If it's a long one, then I'll do a long one. But if it's a short one, then I'll do one more card. I'll just do one at a time. That way we can get more people in. We got fairies, unicorns, past life, and then we got the star seeds, tarot and oracle. So let me know which kind. Fairies. Perfect. I wish I could do 3 or more cards for everybody, but then we won't get that far. So as you can see, I warned in the beginning that I take longer than the average reader. Because I don't want to leave anything out. Okay, so disconnecting from Tinka. Thank you. I'm saying go in peace and love to her guides with gratitude. Disconnecting from her energy, I explain so that you understand what I'm going through rather than just saying it in my head. Now connecting with spirit guides for Jocelyn. Yeah, please, Jocelyn's guides, join us. Tell us what she would like to know. She'd like to hear from her parents. Anything else? So let me check and see if I can connect with Jocelyn's parents. Okay. Let's see what we get here. Whoa. Well, 2 fell out right away. Is that it for her? Okay, Jocelyn, are both of your parents on the other side? Because I'm not getting... Shh, dog. Sorry, my puppy. Okay, I've got cards for Jocelyn, but I would like to know, Jocelyn, can you tell me... Thank you, Ethel. They both passed. And the only reason I'm asking is because I'm not feeling a male presence yet, but I do feel a motherly female presence. They're telling me go ahead and read the cards and that things will come through with the cards as I go. But I got 2 cards for you, and I feel like we'll be able to get through both of them. This one says, express your individuality and allow your true self to shine because you are awesome. So that's what that card looks like. We will find what this one is about. All right, let's see. Allow your true self to shine because you're awesome. You drew this card because you worry about social acceptance a little too much. The fairies want you to celebrate your uniqueness, since to them, you're delightful and perfect just as you are right now. The fairies love your creativity and they urge you to just be yourself. Don't squelch your true self in order to gain others' approval. Pretending doesn't work anyway, and you can't please everyone. Instead, enjoy being authentic and trust that like-minded people will be attracted to you. And hi, Mona. I'm hearing through this that it's not so much that you necessarily like directly care about what other people think as far as like social media and stuff like that. I think you do deep down, but you try and say you don't. But the message I'm getting is that you just have such a big heart that you're, even though you try and stand in your power, you're a people pleaser. Hunter, honey, please go. Close the door. Sorry. Home alone with my child. You're a people pleaser in the sense that you want those that you care about to love you and accept you, which we all do. But I'm hearing with you, it hurts a little too much sometimes. You feel like people don't appreciate you or respect you the way that they should for the amount of energy you put out and put into them. And that can really hurt. And then because of that, you don't necessarily realize how deeply you do want to be accepted by them. And because you don't necessarily realize it all the time, you do sometimes, but you don't realize it all the time, it can affect your willingness to just be you, your willingness to just be authentic, and thinking that, well, maybe they'll accept me if I act the way they want me to, instead of just being you. They're the one with the problem, not you. If they don't accept you for who you are and love you for your true authentic self and see you, I mean, like really see you, not see past you, but see how much you're putting out there for them, how much you are giving up. People underestimate the amount of energy it takes to serve and to give. And because of that, because they're not all serving and giving. They don't know what that takes and how exhausting that can be. And I feel like you put it out there and you serve and you give to others, and then they don't appreciate it. And so you feel like you have to conform to be something that you're not. And that's not okay. Because if they can't appreciate what you're putting out there and what you're giving, they're the one with the problem, not you. You should not be changing. They're the ones that should be changing. Okay? But you know what? We have to accept them for who they are as well. But that doesn't mean that you accept the abuse of being walked all over or taken advantage of. Okay? So Spirit is telling me, don't put yourself out there over and over again to keep being taken advantage of and disrespected. It's okay to serve once or twice, and if they don't love you and appreciate you in return and give back equal energy, then you need to set healthy boundaries. You could still be loving and kind, but you don't need to serve them anymore. And not until they come through with more love and appreciation for what you're giving. You need to have an equal exchange of energy. And anybody that's not giving you that, you either need to cut it off completely, or if it's a child or somebody that you can't do that with, then you set healthy boundaries and you give them in no uncertain terms, but with love, that until you learn to understand how much it hurts me that you do this, or until you learn to respect what I'm giving you and appreciate it, I can't keep putting myself back out there to do that. And this motherly energy that's here, I guess, I believe it's your mother, but sometimes a mother comes through and it could be an aunt or a grandmother or anybody that could be mother. But I definitely have a very strong, close mother energy here that's telling me you do this so much, so much. Yes, mom is saying that you do this with not just this boyfriend, but I'm hearing you've done it in the past before too, with other relationships, and I believe other male relationships as well. So with that said, I'm moving on to the next card, but mom has more to say. But the reason I'm saying that is because I believe this card was pulled by mom for you. You've got the power. Use your abilities to resolve this situation. You can do it. When something is said like this situation, that means there is some type of situation in your life right now that Spirit is speaking to, that you need to stand up and be strong and be yourself in your power. Because if you don't, you're going to get hurt. And there is nothing wrong with your standing in your own power. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with you standing up for yourself. In fact, if you don't, you're not able to be strong and be a wonderful person in turn for others. And look at the example you're setting for others. Because as givers, a lot of times people that give a lot and people that back down to other people's power, they want to give, but they don't realize the example they're setting for others. That your children or your nieces or nephews or just your friends around you are witnessing and observing, and they may then in turn follow and do the same as you. So you're doing an injustice to yourself, but you're also doing an injustice to the others around you that love you and care about you, not to mention mom, who is saying it hurts her to see you be treated that way. So the card says you drew this card as a reminder that you're more powerful than you realize. Perhaps you've been feeling victimized lately. Well, the fairies want you to know that regardless of your age, size, or education, you've got incredible personal power. Even though the fairies are tiny, they channel the force of God and the universe. And you can also use this to resolve any issue, heal yourself or another, or manifest your material needs. And I'm hearing mom say you need to channel all of that because you've got all those on your mind. You need to heal, you need to manifest to meet your material needs, and resolve this issue. All you have to do is believe. Now, they give alternative meanings, and I always like to read those, what it also could mean, in case that resonates too. But I feel pretty strongly that Spirit is saying what I've said so far is spot on because it's from them. But I want to read that because there could be another area that you're not recognizing that it could apply to. An additional meaning for this card could be that you need to let go of blame and focus upon the solutions. Blame gets us nowhere. It just procrastinates and keeps the situation going. As soon as we stop worrying about, is it her fault, his fault, my fault, we let go and we get to start making progress forward out of that situation. It also could mean that you need to conduct energy healing work, especially through your hands, to help heal you in the situation. It could mean that you need to engage in strength training exercises such as weightlifting or something to strengthen your physical power if you're feeling weak in that area. It could mean you need to become an activist for a particular issue that's near and dear to your heart, or it can mean to speak your truth to yourself and others. And that's what I'm feeling the strongest. If one of those others resonates with you, then you need to take that message as well. But I'm hearing from Spirit, your guides, and specifically this mom, that no, she needs to, mostly she needs to stand in her power because it's hurting her and the people she loves to see her hurt. I'm hearing that not everybody knows what you're going through. Some people, maybe a couple close people, see what you're going through, or maybe that you've told, but not everybody sees it and knows what you're experiencing. But I'm hearing that but they can feel it through your energy. They can feel it through your mood. They can feel it through your expression on your facial expressions, that you're hurt and you're being bothered by this situation. And she's saying, you can fix this. She's saying in your heart, you know what you need to do. But your fear of rejection, fear of confrontation are standing in the way of you doing what you need to do. And so she's telling me it's not for anybody to say you need to break up, you need to move on, or you need to start a big fight over this, or you need to just, heal it internally and deal with it yourself. She's saying you already know deep inside, but that might not be what you think you want to do right now. And only you can decide when the time is right to act the way you need to take action accordingly. But she's saying until you do everything that you need to do, like the big end all be all, whether it be standing up for yourself and fighting to an end or to a new beginning where you finally are teaching this person your boundaries and teaching them how they need to treat you, and they decide that's what they want because they don't want to lose you, because she's saying that could be an option. She's saying, though, that until you actually act and they see action, nothing's going to change. That the only way you're going to see what truly happens is not threatening, not just keeping it in, but actually standing up for yourself, standing in your power, showing how strong and courageous you are. And in turn, when you finally take action, this person will either make it or break it. They'll either decide, I love you enough to change and do better and do right by you, or they won't. But then you're going to see the true colors. You're going to see the writing on the wall. And then you'll be able to decide once and for all, is it worth continuing through this if they're not willing to change, or they are, and now you got the best of everything. But I'm hearing that she's okay. In the middle of all this message, I'm hearing she's okay. Meaning, mom is okay, and so are you. and you are being guided and protected by your spirit team and several loved ones. I'm hearing there's an aunt. There's an aunt here with her, an uncle and a grandfather are all here right now. I'm hearing mom's side mostly, but there's also somebody from dad's side. And they're saying, and you wouldn't believe how many angels you have here for you. They're saying you got 3 angels besides past loved ones that are here supporting you every day. They're saying if you don't believe and understand how powerful you are, please know and respect how powerful they are and that they're guiding you and they're going to back you up and they're going to have your back in whatever you do about this situation. How's that sound, Jocelyn? Does that make sense? And does that make sense? Does that help? And does that as a whole resonate with you? And while we're doing that, waiting for her response, Kit is next. So Kit, have your answer ready and which kind of deck you would like to use. I'm sorry if I missed anybody on the comments. I'm so happy to see you, Mona. Love you, miss you. You too, Ethel. I know I said hi, and I don't even want to mispronounce your name. Aishi Teru Ayu. I hope I pronounced that right. But hello and welcome. For you and anyone that just joined, we're going to put your name on the list. I will not be able to get to you tonight because I've already got too long of a list, but I am going to be reading within the next week. And if you'd like, please like and subscribe to the channel. Like the video and subscribe to the channel so that you'll get the notice when I go live again. You can stick around and listen for tonight, and I will do my best to get to you next one because you'll be on the list. But thank you. I'm glad that you joined me. Us. Jocelyn. Yes, that all makes sense. All resonates. Okay. Good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Well, you've got this, okay, sweetie? You've got more power than you recognize. I almost feel like inside connecting with your energy, it's almost, you're such a sweet soul. And I feel like you do stand up for yourself and stand in your power at times, but inside there's almost this like small child still that feels like she's not. I hope I'm describing this right, but I almost feel like your energy is telling me that you don't feel like you're the adult. You don't feel like you can be the adult figure, the authority figure. But when it comes to your life, you are the authority figure. You are the one that teaches others how to treat you by your boundaries. And if you don't set those boundaries, then just like other little kids, little adults will push those boundaries trying to find how far they can push you. And they will push you in places that you don't want to be pushed, and it'll be uncomfortable. But when you say, you know what, I'm not okay with that. I love you, but I can't accept that from myself. I love myself too much to accept that kind of behavior. The people that deserve to be in your life will do the right thing by you. And if not, and they leave, honey, that is a blessing. Goodbye. Thank you. They just gave you an out, and they saved you from years, months, a lifetime possibly of pain and suffering. They told you, people tell you who they are. We just tend to not listen because we want to see the best in them or we want to help them change. But guess what? Only a few of them are willing to actually change and be the person that you deserve in your life. So if somebody doesn't treat you the way you deserve and you set boundaries and they don't love and respect that and they leave, that saves you the trouble of having to break up that relationship, friend, partner, even family, whoever it is. So stand up for yourself, stand in your love, stand in your power. You can do it all with love. And if they deserve that love, they will see that and appreciate you for who you are. And that applies to all of us, all of you. Okay? Okay, thank you, Jocelyn. I'm now cutting off from Jocelyn's energy and guides. Thank you, Mom. Mom says she loves you. And she just said you needed to hear that. I don't know if she said it a lot before she passed or not, but for some reason she's saying you definitely needed to hear that. So, Jocelyn, you are loved. Okay, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Spirit, and all of Jocelyn's family. We're now going to Kit and connecting with her. She would like to hear from her dad and anything she needs to hear. Earth Warrior, here we are, okay? Okay, connecting to Kit's higher self, connecting to her spirit guides. And is Kit's father present? You guys, give me just a moment. I need a tissue. Just a second. I'm also going to tell my son it's almost bedtime. Hunter, 15 minutes, okay? It's actually past bedtime, but I'll let you wrap up. Okay. Sorry, but I get busy and forget to tell him it's bedtime. Way past his bedtime. Luckily, he's homeschooled. So we will just start later tomorrow. Oh, Sunday. I don't have to. Yay. Okay. Kit's dad, Earth Warrior. If we get a long one, we're only going to be able to do one, but we will make sure it's the best one that you need. Tuning in, clearing energy, tuning in to Kit's father. Kit's father and guides, please give us what Kit needs to hear right now. Let's hear from Dad. Yes. Okay. Connecting with Kit's dad. Give us one or two cards. What she needs the most. That one just jumped, so we know that's one. Let me see how long that one is. And what kind of a message. Okay, it's kind of a long one. It's not super long, but we're going to go with that one and then have Spirit tell me if you need another one once we're done with that, and depending on how long that one takes. But the one that I'm coming up for you is Nana Baluku. She rests to create. Beautiful, ornate heart chakra, just expansive, huge heart chakra there. And her third eye is definitely pronounced with this beautiful headdress on. Nana Baluku. I've got to put one of these candles out. It's a little too fragrant. It's getting to me. Getting high off my candles. Okay, let's see. So I'm hearing that there is a father energy here for Kit. And this is the card that she needs to hear. Your energy is a precious resource, and there are ways of being that can enhance it, amplifying it and replenishing it. And if I remember correctly, you said before that you're having similar issues with the energies, right? That you're extra sensitive and that you get exhausted easily too. And before I miss it, you are so welcome, Jocelyn. I'm very glad. Thank you for letting me have the honor of reading for you. Please come back and join us again. Okay, yes, you get very tired easily, and I feel like they're telling us that this is something you're going to be challenged with because it's part of your ascension process, but there are ways that we can work with it. Give yourself sufficient rest. Duh, right? And you will find the way forward more effortlessly. Oh, but there, okay, I'm saying duh, like being sarcastic and silly, and I'm hearing, no, really, she doesn't stop and rest like she should sometimes. Okay. So it is specifically needs to be heard, it said. Explore the lifestyle that grows your inner resources rather than requiring constant exertion and exhaustion to accomplish an endless list of external pursuits. Okay, down when you're down. Yeah, okay, out. So, yeah, I'm hearing sometimes you're doing things that just exhaust you too much, and I'm hearing different perspective. Be more choosy with what you choose to put your energy into. Try and recognize that there are going to be these energies that come at any time. So you're going to have to make better energetic boundaries for yourself in the sense of being choosier about what you choose to do with your time and put your energy into. You need this shift in being now because you are ready to accomplish more. For this to take place, there needs to be less effort and more wisdom. So, in other words, stop and think about, what is this going to cost me if I do this particular activity? Hi, Jalen. Welcome. So you need to stop and ask yourself before each project. Now, obviously, if it's something that comes up that's urgent and it needs to be done, you do it, you take care of it. But you need to start trying to tune in and be a little more aware of each project as you go to do it, or each person you go to put energy into. Learning to stop. Almost, I'm hearing you're at times you almost get, even though you don't have a lot of energy to give, you tend to forget that at times and almost run at like an ADHD kind of speed with your thoughts. It's like you just act without stopping to think about how much this energy is going to cost me. And okay, they're telling me to stop right now and tell you about the spoons. I don't know if you've ever heard it before, but it's popular in the zebra community, which is, for me, it's Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which I suffer from. It's a genetic disorder where all the collagen in my body is faulty. Okay. But it's a popular saying within a lot of communities, but it's an adage where you only have, there's a whole story behind it, but basically it is about how you only get so many spoons in a day. There's a bigger story. I'll try and find it, but later. You only get so many spoons in a day. Imagine you only get 10 spoons a day, and each one of them represents the amount of energy you have to put into something. And I like the adage of a spoon because a spoon, you're feeding somebody else something, giving somebody else sustenance, and it's coming from you. So imagine each one of those spoons is an amount of your energy that you're giving to somebody or something. And they're telling me to share this with you because in the EDS, we naturally have lower energy levels because it affects our autonomic nervous system. And we really have no choice because we have so little energy. We literally have to pick and choose wisely who we give our spoons to. And we need to make sure that that person that we give it to or that project is worthy enough of that energy, because our energy is so precious. But everyone around us doesn't recognize how precious our energy is and how little energy we have. So it's our responsibility to recognize this. And trust me, after so many times of screwing it up and giving it to the wrong person or the wrong thing, you start to remember and think of it and be a lot more conscious of it. Because then you realize they didn't appreciate that. And I just wasted my time and energy on that person. So they're telling me, think of it as spoons or any other analogy that you need. But make sure you're focusing more on what you want to put into it and who you want to put it into, and recognize that you may waste it on somebody or something, and then when you need it most, you're going to kill yourself trying to be there for that. And it may just be what puts you in bed for 3 days. And that's with me. If I overdo it, and then on top of it, a big energy wave comes into the earth and I have to deal with that too. I literally could be in bed for 3 days or up to a week. And they're telling me that you need to do that. Yes. Well, it's wonderful that you're painting, and I love that. And you should be. You should be, for sure, because that's a huge part of your journey. But as with anything, there has to be balance, mind, body, and soul. So you have to make sure that the dishes can wait sometimes, the gardening can wait sometimes. Even that phone call or those emails or these DMs can wait. Even if you have to go a couple days off of social media or whatever it is. If it's not worth it or as important as the other things, then that's when you need to draw the line and stop. Yeah, I can relate for sure. This was a hard lesson for me. So you have more energy to bring to life the sacred visions held within your heart. An increase of energy and peacefulness is indicated and coming if you find how to do this. You are guided to choose energy, people, places, and purposes that serve your higher purpose. This does not necessarily mean that which is highly stimulating. Rather, it refers to that which regenerates you with peacefulness and joy. It fills you in your soul. Give generously to yourself to be able to give generously to others. You have unusual ideas or ways of being that suit you, but may not always suit others, and they may not appreciate it. Work with what works best for you, though, without trying to force yourself to conform. This brings well-being and creative success. Nana Baluku is the African grandmother creatrix, the supreme feminine creative principle. So she's perfect for you. She rests so that she can create more. She created the universe with creator source. She rested. The intersection of rest and extraordinary creative power is repeated in numerous spiritual traditions from varied cultures around the world. It's also repeated in the lives of inspirational innovators in varied fields of discipline, from the sciences to the arts. When you are boldly ambitious and creatively confident for fulfillment of your life purpose and heart-inspired plans, it may seem that rest is the last thing that you need or that you have time for. But there is so much, because there's so much to accomplish. Yet the conscious use of deep rest allows us to connect closely to our divine creative genius. We will be more creative if we take that time to rest or save our energy for that creativity. Yes, that's right, Tink. And thank you, Ethel. So true. Yes. For sure. Absolutely. So, sorry, I lost my place here. The conscious use of rest allows us to connect with that genius. Taking time for renewing stillness can allow us to work smarter rather than just always working harder. African spirituality is based on a holistic worldview where no issue in one's life is separate from the spiritual worlds. Everything we do is connected to spirit. This recognition that the divine is intimately involved and lovingly invested in every single aspect of your life is how you begin to generate restful consciousness. So whether you're awake or asleep or just laying there resting, spirit can be working through you to be more creative and be more genius and to accomplish more as you're resting. This type of consciousness is based on trust that divine knows what you are here to do and wants to help you do it. Therefore, you don't have to orchestrate the details of your life, nor figure out everything or control everything or anything on your own. You do not need to have signs to prove something is happening every single day. What you need is faith in the fundamental goodwill that the divine has towards you and your life purpose, the reasons for which you chose life in the first place. From that place of restful consciousness, you can make profound progress. You can release striving and pursuit in favor of activity that comes from a place of inspiration, born from rest. In the mystical traditions of many cultures, that period of rest is considered to be the time when we incubate in silence and spaciousness. Through the invisible workings of the most willing and loving Great Spirit, all quiet and openness is responded to with renewed energy, clearer direction, and helpful guidance. You will likely find yourself becoming more active and certainly more productive through this process of resting regularly as part of your lifestyle. I'm hearing when you feel your body says it needs to rest, you just need to stop, take that time to do it, and then go back to what you were doing afterwards. I'm hearing a lot of times you feel like, well, I'll just finish this first, then I'll rest. I know that if I get this done, then I can rest. And they're saying, nope, unless it's urgent and you have to get it done now because the outcome could be detrimental and cause suffering. You need to listen to your body. And when it says it's tired, you need to stop and rest, even just for a short cat nap. And then you can always go back. Through the invisible workings of the most willing and loving Great Spirit, all quiet and openness is responded to with renewed energy, clearer direction, and helpful guidance. You will likely find yourself becoming more active and certainly more productive through this process of resting regularly. Like, you know how they say to eat 5 smaller meals throughout the day instead of 3 big ones? They're saying you don't necessarily need to sleep 10 to 12 hours at night and then still take a nap or go to bed early, but take small cat naps here and there, even sometimes 2 a day if you need it, if you can, or sleep a little less at night, get up a little earlier or stay up a little later to do what you need, and then take a nap if necessary throughout the day. Yeah. That get caught up in trying to just get it done instead of enjoying it. And so that's what I'm hearing is if you stop and rest, you'll come back renewed and with a fresh vision of what you need to do, and you can actually improve upon your painting. Rather than constantly discharging your energy without having time to adequately restore yourself, instead you'll be regenerating more swiftly and deeply on all levels of your being and continually amplifying your energetic output. Your actions will have further reach, and you'll have more to share with your loved ones. This is sacred subversion of established disorder that would otherwise have you chasing your tail, running yourself ragged, and wearing yourself out in the belief that somehow this will help you get to where you want to be, to make the contribution that you want to make. But that's a falsehood. You might succeed, but it's not going to be as successful or as great of a product as you would have if you take the time to rest and come back with a clear vision. Instead, you'll be healing and growing and creating from instead, you will be healing and growing and creating from a place of trust within, creating the new world order of your own in harmony with divine genius. And I'm hearing you definitely need to continue your painting, but let it be more spirit inspired by taking care of yourself more. And I need to ask you a question because this was coming through. Something triggered this thought. And this sounds like totally off topic because I asked if this was enough of a card or should I draw another, and they're saying, no, that one's good. But I feel like your dad is saying, how to word this. Okay. I feel like this is separate from the card. But have you been questioning your spiritual beliefs either lately or a while back? It doesn't necessarily have to be lately. But has there been thought in your mind of questioning whether you're believing the right things, or are you worried about your father or some other family or someone close to you thinking that you're not believing the right things? Are you worried about what somebody else thinks about your spiritual beliefs and your beliefs in general? Can you answer that for me? Because that'll help me take the next step with the message that's coming through. I want to make sure I got that right. I'm gonna have to go back and read some of these comments that I've missed. I'm sorry if I've missed anybody's. When I get to reading, I got to focus on what's coming through from spirit. Otherwise I get distracted and lose it. You know what? While I'm waiting for Kit's answer here, give me 1 second just so I can confirm my son's in bed. I'll be right back. Hey, buddy, lights out, okay? I love you. Okay, sorry about that. That's what I said earlier about being a single mom now. Let me see. Don't know how slow these are going. Okay, here we go. Okay, then that's spot on. Okay, well, Dad is saying stop. I just wanted to make sure before I said that stop that I knew I was correct on the interpreting the message. He's saying it correctly, but the way I interpret things can be misconstrued if I don't confirm some things. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood him correctly. He's saying stop questioning it, Kit. You got to do you, spiritually and religion wise. Religion meaning whether you believe in it or not. He's saying it ain't up to her what you believe. And he's saying it's okay to love and respect your mom's wishes and the others that you're thinking about and caring about. But you are spot on with what you believe because it's what it means to you and what you've learned. He's saying right now, we light workers, and I believe most of us here are light workers, or you wouldn't be here. Yeah, Jalen, give me just a second. Let me finish with Kit, and then I keep that thought. Don't lose it, and I will be happy to take your question. I don't want to miss it. Right now, more than ever, we're being attacked, psychically attacked. The dark does not want us knowing this stuff, okay? The dark doesn't want us to know that we have a connection to the Creator, to God, to Source. The dark doesn't want us to know how powerful we are, and they don't want us to know that we have a direct connection to Spirit and that we have a whole guidance team. They want us to feel we are totally alone in this world. They are trying to separate us from God. They are trying to separate us from each other and trying to divide us from Spirit, because then we feel powerless. And because of that, right now, more than ever, they are attacking us and trying to get us to doubt everything that we believe. He's telling me, ask yourself, Kit, haven't my beliefs proven themselves to me time and time again over the last few years? Meaning your journey that you've been on, haven't you experienced more magic and more synchronicity and more messages from the universe telling you that you're on your right path with what you believe and what you're doing than you have your entire adult life until you started believing this? That's what he wants you to ask yourself. Because he says, as far as he sees it, and it's funny because he's saying, I might not have said this when I was alive and living. I probably thought a different way is how I feel he's coming across, his energy anyway. But he's asking me to tell you to think about all those times that you may have questioned otherwise, but then a message comes across where you see something or you get confirmation that you're spot on or that you're going down the right path. And the more you followed that path, the more confirmation you got from messages and synchronicities and magic. I can't describe it any other way. It seems magical. Coincidences that you normally would have thought is coincidence back in the day, but now you see it's anything but. He says that's your confirmation. Yeah, I've got the feeling he thought this was all hogwash. So much so that he would have been the first to criticize you had he known completely what you believed. But he's saying no. From one that felt that way and knows what it feels like to believe what she believes, you are exactly where you need to be. And don't worry about what anybody else thinks. He said there's no need to rock the boat. There's no need to tell your mom or get into deep I'm not trying to contemplation. That's the word. Oops. Shoot. Hold on just a second, guys. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. I bumped my screen and totally lost you. I'm so sorry. You okay? Can you guys see me? You okay? Can you guys see me? You okay? Can you guys see me? You okay? Oh my gosh, there's an echo. Oh my gosh, there's an echo. Oh my gosh, there's an echo. Listen to that. Okay. Oh my gosh, there's an echo. Okay. Can you guys answer me in the comments? Can you still see me? Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry, I hit one button and my screen disappeared and it looked like we got cut off. So I'm glad that you're still here. Okay. I'll get to you about your the sister, but let me finish my thought before I got cut off there. Okay, so he's saying there's no reason to rock the boat and get into a discussion and contemplate what she believes and versus what you believe. He's saying she doesn't really need to know all that. And he understands the feeling or the need to try and maybe save her or teach her the truth about what you think is going on and to want her to know about it. But she's not in a place where she can understand it right now. And if you try to express it to her, it's only going to make things worse. Does that make sense? Let me know if you guys are still hearing me okay and if the echo is gone. And you can respond to that, Kit, while I talk to Dad here about your sister here. Okay, thank you guys. Is your sister sick, Kit? He brought to mind like an addiction of some kind. I don't know if she's struggling with an addiction or not. But that's what kind of came to mind with, there's something she's struggling with that is causing, or was she an addict? Is she still here? I'm saying this and now I'm thinking, I don't even know. Okay, yeah, she's an alcoholic. So she's still alive. She's still here. Which I thought she was, but then I got kind of a mixed signal like she might have passed. No, okay, so she's an addict. Okay. He's saying she's going to learn. Unfortunately, she has to learn the hard way about a few things first. He said he understands your concern and your love for her, and that's precious, and that's something that she knows inside, even if she acts like she doesn't, or acts like she doesn't want your advice or support at times. It's because right now she's in a place where she has to learn some important lessons the hard way. He's telling me you can't do anything right now, Kit. Unfortunately, this is one of those cases that requires hard love. He's telling me if you didn't set boundaries with her, it would have consumed you and ate you up, and it still wouldn't have made a difference. He says, I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen with her, but I can tell you you're doing the right thing. That she knows you love her. That she knows that you will be there for her if she starts taking the steps she needs to make herself better. But this is one of those situations where she has to learn the hard way. And I feel like she is going to learn. And I feel like she is salvageable. But yes, I didn't even get to say it, but I heard trauma. She's been through some things, and she's looking for, I hate to say it, but looking for love in all the wrong places. I don't want to make light of a difficult subject, but that's what came to my mind. Like, that spirit will use songs and things like that to get the message across. And I really feel like, and before I even read that, I heard she's filling her bottle with the wrong things. She literally is seeking out what she needs without stopping to think about the consequences. She's in pain, but it's a pain that you can't fix. Kit, she has to fix this herself. I'm sorry. And that is so difficult. It really is. A message I had to learn the hard way personally myself too. So I know that's never the message any of us want to hear, because we really want to hear that there's something that we can do. But in certain situations, there just isn't. These people need to learn their lessons. But he's telling me we have to look at it from a different perspective, Kit. And the only way you're going to be able to live with it yourself. And Jalen, don't forget your question. I haven't forgotten about you. I'm almost done. And then after that, we're going to do Lisa, if you're still here, Lisa. We need to look at it from a different perspective, and that is that this is part of her soul's journey. She decided this for herself. And as we can look at her as narcissistic, as we can look at her as selfish or having all these issues, we also need to see it from the other side, and that she is very courageous. Very courageous. Her soul was so strong spiritually that it chose a very hard life and a hard path for itself. She chose to walk this path so that she can learn these important life lessons on her way to consciousness. And I'm hearing that when you choose these harder paths, it can actually ascend you a lot faster. You learn, you become so wise and so much closer to Creator that you actually ascend faster and better. Yeah, Carol, exactly. So it's easy for us to judge them. It really is. And it's only natural, it's human, because we hurt. We hurt from their actions, and we hurt seeing them hurt. But she was so courageous, tremendously courageous. And I'm hearing that she's still redeemable. It's not too late. But the only one that can do that is her, because she has to do it her way, because it's her journey. It's her life plan. Yes, I understand, Kit. That's courageous on your part. It really is. I'm sure it was terrifying at times, scary to do that, to cut her off and all, but it was a courageous thing to do, because that can be the hardest decision to have to make. And a lot of people don't stand up and do that, and they continue to get drugged through that journey. You get taken down somebody else's path that was not meant for you. That was supposed to be their path. That was their soul's choice. That wasn't your soul's choice. But we can so easily get derailed because we care about that person, and we wind up following them down their path and suffering their consequences. So good for you. You're standing in your power. You're standing on your path, and unfortunately having to watch in pain, but it's going to be a lot less painful than if you continued to allow her to mistreat you and others around you and whatnot. So I'm sorry you're dealing with that, but Dad says you're definitely doing the right thing on both counts. And he wants you to know that, because he knows it's been bothering you, and he doesn't want that to bother you anymore. He said on that note, you can let both of those things rest and let them go, and know, as far as your spiritual beliefs and journey and worrying about Mom, thinking about it, and your sister and her situation, you're doing the right things. Okay. I hope that made sense. I hope that helped. Thank you, Kit. I love you. Hang in there. I know it's hard. We're going to Lisa next. Lisa, while we're waiting, can you go ahead and let me know what kind of reading you want as far as a question, and if you remember which card you want, or I can give you some choices. And while we're waiting for that answer, okay, good, Kit. Thank you. I'm glad. Jalen, what's your question? I'll do one more after Lisa. I'm probably going to get to Christina. Lisa and Christina, and I probably won't get any further tonight. I might get to Deborah. It'll just depend on how fast those two go. But I do have to get up in the morning and watch my grandbaby, so I don't think I'd be able to expend that any more energy past those two. So we'll definitely do Lisa and Christina if she's still here. If Christina's not, then we'll go skip to Deborah. And then everybody else that's on the list, I should be able to get to next week. Okay, Jalen, I'm not happy with my daughter's schools, so I'm transferring her. Found 2 schools, the tip, which is private, for ethos. Oh, what 2 great names. Wow. Which is public. Can I get some advice, please? I'm confused. Okay, let me see what I can get quickly from this. Okay. give me a second here. Let me move on from Kit, disconnect from Kit's higher self with love and grace. Thank you. Thank you, Dad, for everything. Kit's guides, please go in love and peace. Spirit, got any advice for Jalen about her decision? Oh, it's a daughter. What I'm hearing, Jalen, and without going into a complete reading here, just to give you some insight, is your daughter's fairly sensitive, emotionally sensitive, sensitive to energies and emotions. Is that right? Because I feel like one of these schools is a little more prone to violence and bullying than the other. I can't tell you exactly what to do and which way to go, but I do feel like in your heart, you know, one of these two schools is considered, or in your heart, you just feel like one of these schools is going to be more, put her at a better chance of some violence or bullying. I don't mean like shootings or things like that, but I mean just rougher crowd. Now, I don't know anything about these schools, so I'm just going based on what they're telling me, but one of these schools has a rougher crowd than the other. And I'm not going to assume it's the public school, because that's not always the case. You can actually have not so great crowd at private schools too. But go with your gut. Trust your gut. I feel like one is just going to put her in emotional instability, where she's going to feel more pressure and more pressure to conform and fit in. Which school do you think she's going to better fit in at? Because I feel like she's so sensitive that one of these schools is going to make her feel like she just doesn't fit in, and she has to worry about more than usual than the other school, what she looks like, what she dresses like, what she's going to worry about how she talks. I don't know if she has any issues with communication. And I'm not saying she specifically has problems with communication, but I just feel like somebody at one of these schools is going to be a little more judgmental. Okay, they're telling me meditate on it, pray on it, however you meditate or pray. Talk to your spirit guides and ask them to fill your heart with this, because I really do feel like your intuition is going to come through. Now that you know this, I feel like this wasn't a perspective you were thinking of or considering necessarily. And now that you know it, I think you'll sit with it and think over it. And I do believe it'll come to you. She does have problems speaking up for herself. Yeah. And you know what? I actually feel like it's even going to be that way with the teachers. Don't get me wrong. I don't think like the school is horrible at all compared, one compared to the other. But I do feel like the more you think about this, you know what? I'm being told you need to go online and look up reviews for both of these schools. I don't know if you want to use like Yelp or go to their Facebook profiles, look at just Google search both of these schools and read reviews, because there's all kinds of different websites that have school reviews, and read some of those, and I think you're going to get some feedback. And if you see any that talk about bullying or how the administration dealt with bullying, because I also feel like the teachers at that same school are not as attentive to sensitive students' needs. They're so caught up in their responsibilities of teaching that they're not tuned in to the students emotionally. It's the same school. So I feel like the same school, the one doesn't seem as much of an issue to me, but this particular school seems to have less sensitive students and teachers. But they're telling me, look up the reviews and pray about it, and you will know in your heart. Okay. The private school is perfect. If that's what your heart is telling you, spirit is telling me, then you're right. You're right. Follow your gut. You're right. Okay. I hope that helps. Yeah. Yeah, do it because it can't hurt, right? But do follow your gut. And even if you find something out that kind of contradicts what you thought, think on it again. Take a couple deep breaths, cleansing breaths, blow it out your mouth, and ask yourself which school, or ask, should she go to this one or should she go to that one? Take the deep breaths again and feel just how does it feel? How does it sit in your gut asking about that particular school? And then ask about the other one and see which one feels better. If you feel kind of like doom and gloom feeling or anything negative, there's your answer right there. You know, it's in you. You know what's best for your baby. Okay? You are so welcome. Okay, Miss Lisa, let me skip back to you here. Lost 7 people. Oh, my Lord. I'm sorry, Lisa. Cousin, yeah. 2 brothers. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Did you have a particular deck that you prefer, Lisa? You tell me which deck, and I will connect with them. We got the Isis Oracle Circus, which is done by Alana Fairchild, so it is so cool. The illustrations and the messages in here are amazing. This is also one of my favorite decks, the Earth Warriors that we've been using, and this Starseed Oracle and the Starseed Tarot. I think would be good for either one. Would be good for you, Lisa. I feel like you are a starseed, but any of these would be good. Fairies and unicorns. Okay, so clearing. Jalen, thank you. Kit, thank you, everybody. Clear. Now connecting with Lisa's higher self. Lisa Hips guides. Lisa Hips spirit. Welcome. Okay. Okay, who all is here for Lisa? Okay. Lisa, I have a brother, an aunt, and an uncle all present at the moment. So as soon as I see which deck you want to use, we'll move further. But while I wait for that comment, because it may be delayed, I'm just going to listen to what they have to say. Have an angel of yours here too. You a smoker, Lisa? Awesome. I love this deck. Okay. I was just told something about smoking or smoke. Get this ready. Let's start this deck. Now, we'll start with one card and see how long that is, because these readings tend to be longer than the average reading, but not longer than the Earth Warrior one. But one card may be all that you need. But while I tune in and start shuffling, let me know if you're a smoker so I can follow that route and see what they're talking about. Okay, and guys, loved ones, tell us what you want her to hear. Give me the card. Well, that was quick. So we'll start with this one. Okay. What else? Ooh, cool card. 21. You there? I don't know if these comments are just coming really slow or not, but something about smoke or smoking. It could be side smoke. Okay. They're getting on you about it, Lisa. All I heard was whatever you're doing about the smoking, whether it was you or somebody around you, that they're worried about you. And I've known you for quite a while, and I love you deeply, but I haven't done that many lives with you to see you personally to know if you smoked or not. But they're telling me they're worried about your lungs. I'm sorry to call you out in front of people. I love you. This is with love. And I'm hearing it from your brother, but somebody's saying they're worried about your lungs and your cough. And that if you don't start taking care of those lungs, because the lungs are the temple, the canals to the temple, bringing that life-saving oxygen to your body, that they are concerned that it is already mildly starting to affect your lungs, and they want you to make sure that you are not doing further damage. So, sorry to start off with that, but they're laughing and they're basically saying it. I wouldn't be me if I didn't say something. So I feel like they probably called you out, or actually I'm hearing somebody saying hypocrite. So was your brother a smoker? Jay. I'm pretty sure this is your brother that's talking about the smoking, and I feel like it's almost the hypocritical kind of way that he's saying it. Or he might not have smoked, but he might have done something else that wasn't good for him that he knew about, but he still did it. But they're laughing and saying it with love. I feel like it's somebody here that starts with a J. Which one of your loved ones did you lose that started with a J or a G or a J sound in the name? While I wait for those comments, just because they're taking a while, I'm going to go ahead and read this card. This beautiful card is the Red Countess. I'm sorry, but my screen is frozen. I can't see my picture and what you're seeing. So if I'm way off here, I'm sorry, but I should pull up my phone so I can watch it on my phone. Ever since I messed up my screen, it can't see it. Let's see. Okay. Let me try that again. There we go. All right, you can see it good. Okay, the Red Countess. Now, these are all circus characters, but they don't necessarily, like, say, trapeze artists or anything like that. Some of them do, or some of them are clowns, but the Red Countess, I'm not sure what she represents, but she's beautiful. And if you look, she's got this bluebird on her shoulder that's really pretty. She's very pretty. Very stately. She's got one on her head too. Very stately looking, well dressed. So let's see what she says. And we'll come back to the. Okay, yes, all of us are. Okay. Then you know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, well, they're saying it with love, but they're definitely giving you a hard time. Deep within, you know what is true and what to do or not to do. Okay, so you know the brother, Patrick. All right. But I do feel like there's a J here. Can you let me know if one of them that passed this year, and it might not even be one that passed this year, but does one of them start with a J or somebody else? Okay, yeah, there is an aunt here. And I'm being told that there's a J name. But I'm going to go ahead and finish the reading with the card, and then I will come back to them. But so you know what's true and what to do or not to do. Yet there is so much noise and distraction in the world, and even at times in your own mind, that listening for our inner wisdom can seem like trying to hear gentle bird song in the midst of a rock concert. Even so, you are hearing an inner truth, and deep down you know it. Can you trust that it is safe to not only bear your inner voice, but act on it too? There is something that you know, you felt, sensed, heard, or realized this truth more than once. Even if others see or feel differently, you just know what you know, even though you don't quite know how you know it. When the Red Countess appears, she is reminding you of what you know, no matter how convincingly someone else or even you might be trying to talk you out of it for a while. The truth always returns to be dealt with eventually. This is not meant to be a warning. It is meant to be a reassurance, an encouragement to be bold and act on what you feel. Give your truth value. Hold your feelings and insights in high enough esteem to pay attention to them. To give yourself time to process what you think, feel, and sense. Know that you are worth acting on, or that they are worth acting on, even if that action just means to trust more and stop worrying. If you cannot figure out what your inner truths are, or you feel confused by conflicting thoughts and feelings, torn between your head and your heart, then you are in a state of information overload. You need to switch off, discharge some excess mental and emotional energy, and take a break. And they're telling me when this happens, when you feel like you're confused by things, ask your higher self to clear your mental fog, to clear the excess energy and bring it to a balanced energy. And your higher self will actually help you with this so that you can have more clarity. If a device is overheating, you would switch it off and let it cool down, lest it burst into flames beyond repair. Well, treat your brain and your nervous system and your body and your mind with the same good sense. Unplug for a few moments at least. Give yourself some time out from the crazy noise of this world and the distractions, so you can get in touch with what is true to you. If you have a vision or a feeling about someone or something you're uncertain about, the Red Countess confirms the accuracy of your insight. Treat yourself and then choose to act from your truths. Okay, so before I connect with them some more, Lisa, does that card, that message, resonate? Can you think of anything that it pertains to right now? And while you're doing that, I'm going to check in with them. Let me know if you can think of any particular topic or issue that you've been confused about on the fence about, or felt like you knew the truth, but you're kind of teetering and letting other people persuade you to doubt it. And if you can think of that for me and let me know. If not, it's okay. That's why I'm asking. But I want to know if that was clear enough to you, or if I need to find more information about that so that I can elaborate on the subject. Okay. Hi, Christina. You're next, I believe. I think I said Christina was next. Yep, you're next. So stick around and think about what card deck you would like and any question you want to ask. And just hold it for me till I ask you, till I'm done here or close to being done. Won't be much longer, but I'm tuning in, see what Aunt Jan has to say, and the uncle and the brother. Okay. Okay, I confirm that this is that aunt and your brother, and there's an uncle. Is there a George, Lisa? Do you know of a George? What about George? Do you know a George that's crossed over? Okay. They said they don't want to embarrass you, but they're joking with you about the smoking, but they're also serious. They do want you to take it seriously because you are starting to develop some cough or congestion that will make you more susceptible to sickness. So, on the spirit side and having the knowing, I'm no doctor. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm just sharing with you that they are concerned that if you keep going, you're going to add to that and make yourself at risk of some health issues. So take that as it's worth, and we're going to get off that subject. They just wanted to throw that in there. Okay, I'm reading your comments down here so I can see them better. That's completely understandable, Lisa. Completely understandable. Yeah. First of all, you are strong enough. But we understand if you still choose not to do it right now. It's okay. You are strong enough to do it. But if you choose not to right now, that's perfectly understandable. Just ask yourself, though, if you're thinking you're not strong enough or if it's just another reason or excuse to postpone it. And I mean that with all due respect. I know it's not easy. I'm not going to minimize how hard that is and what you're going through by any means. And I don't want to sound disrespectful. I'm saying, just ask yourself that. Do you just want to make sure that it's not another excuse. And I'm not saying it is at all. I'm just saying they want you to make sure that you ask yourself that, because if you just need to postpone it for now, okay, that's great. I mean, it's okay. But if you're using it as excuse, you're always going to be able to find an excuse. So obviously it has to be your choice and you have to want to do it. They're just giving you some motivation by letting you know that as spirit, they have wisdom and insight that we don't. So that's something that, you might want to take more seriously than just somebody that just knows smoking is bad for you and just offers up advice. But yeah, it's not easy. And if you need to wait a little bit, that's okay. They're just saying don't wait too long because your health is so precious and you're needed here still. You still have work to do. There's still people here that need you. So you want to take care of yourself and you deserve it. You deserve to be healthy and feel stronger physically so that you can accomplish more. So just keep that in mind. But your godfather, the father of the one, okay, he's George. Okay. Let me see what they have to say. Because I do feel like they got information from George. Aunt Jan says she loves you and she's just here for support. She doesn't have anything specific to say, but she loves you and she knows you've been through a lot and that this has been an extremely hard year. And she said she knows that you've got support on this side. She just wants to remind you of that. And they said that the service celebration today was a lovely sentiment. And that he would be proud. Your friend's not here, your cousin, a couple of them aren't here because it's still too new and they have a lot still to do on this side, that side, becoming accustomed to being there. They have priorities they got to take care of. But that's why he's here, to let you know that he would be proud to represent the ones that can't be here with you, that you lost. That they'd be proud of the celebration. I'm getting a sense, though, that there was like somebody there, that somebody showed up that he didn't really, either you didn't want there and didn't want to see, or they wouldn't have wanted there or to see. Does that make sense? I feel like there's kind of like a black sheep or somebody that showed up that they would have rather not had there. It's kind of laughing about it, and he said, but despite the fact that they showed up, it still was a nice gesture, nice thought, nice celebration. But I feel like somebody started a little drama or something by showing up, or there was some kind of somebody had words. I don't know if you're aware of that or if it was separate from you, but that's what they're alluding to. I'm waiting for you to respond to that so I know if you have any clue what I'm talking about. I feel like not everybody got along in this family, but they came together for sake of remembrance and celebration, if that makes sense. And they are glad that you were there. Yeah, they haven't been gone long at all, right? Yeah, so let me know if the rest of that makes sense, or if maybe I'm getting the wrong funeral or celebration mixed up, because you've been to so many. But hopefully that makes sense to you, because I almost feel like maybe you were hoping somebody didn't come to either today or one of these funerals, and almost to the point where, like, if you knew they were going to come, you wouldn't want to go. And I feel like they're saying they're glad that you went, or something, or someone made you think twice about wanting to go. Can you confirm or deny that for me, just so I know if I'm on the right track with interpreting this? Hi, Chrissy, welcome. Yeah, Kit's going to add you to the list, because I've got one more tonight, and then I'm going to have to go. But I will be back in a few days and do another one. And if you like and subscribe, like the message, the video, and subscribe to the channel, then I'll know it will send you notifications, and I'll try to tag you in it. Okay, you're not sure. Was that it? Excuse me. Did you, or was it one of the other funerals? Or was it that you didn't necessarily want to go because you didn't know anybody, didn't know many? I don't know. I'm just getting this feeling like there was some hesitancy about going, or once you got there, some hesitancy about staying. And the reason that they're kind of hammering this is because they want you to know that they're glad you stayed, that you went, and that they appreciate the thought, because you didn't have to go. And it meant a lot to them on that side to know that you were there despite everything that could have held you back from going or staying. Does that make sense? A lot. Let's see this. A lot of anger between family and separation. Okay. Well, yeah, I feel like there's some kind of a drama, or somebody that caused drama, and either led to you not wanting to be there, or the anticipation of going didn't feel right, or something. Anyway, the whole point is, if that makes sense, I hope it does. Their point is they're glad that you went. And if you don't know, then take it as a message that they're glad you went to all of them, or whatever ones you did go to. You did the right thing, because the message was not lost that you were there. I hope that makes sense. And let me see if there's anything else before we move on. And while I'm doing that, Christina, let me know go ahead and you can comment now on what you would like to ask, or if you just want a general message from Spirit. And if you remember the types of cards that I'm using, which one you would like to use, or if you want me to show them to you again, let me know. Okay, it seems like the only time family comes together is at funeral or wedding. It's a shame. Yeah, that is a shame. And it, even in families that get along, it seems like that to me. I had two sides of my family. One side got along great and the other didn't, and they fought a lot, and it still was like that. I mean, I feel like we only saw each other mainly at funerals, barely even at weddings. And that's just the hubbub of life, and we all get too caught up and lose focus. We lose perspective of what's truly important. And I really think that's kind of the message that your loved ones are bringing here, is that they're glad you went anyway. Whatever made you think, I really dread going, or I don't know if I want to stay. the message of you being there and sacrificing and going was not lost on them. And I think that's really what they're trying to get across. Even if I'm not interpreting it right or not getting it spot on, they want you to know that and that you are loved and protected. Kind of felt obligated because nobody from our side was going. I wanted to hit her. Well, there you go. And they really appreciate that. That might be it. But there's definite appreciation there. Just wrap up with one last thing. What would you like to do? Do you have boys? Do you have sons, Lisa? I'm sorry, I know I should know this, but you're welcome. Asking if you have sons because I heard take care of those boys. Maybe you'll know what they're talking about if it's not sons. Take care of those boys. I get a feeling that there's a son or a boy, or maybe it's one of the boys left behind from one of the loved ones, but I feel like there's a son or a boy that's having a little trouble right now or is causing some trouble and is has some people a little worried or exhausted. Let me know if that resonates, if that's your sons, or if you know who I'm talking about. But I'm hearing, don't worry, it'll be okay. He'll be okay. It's just a stage or a phase. Whoever this is we're talking about, I hope that makes total sense and you know what I'm saying. But they want to put your mind at ease and whoever's worried that this boy, I always feel like it's a teenager energy or a young adult that's just going down the wrong track or doing some things that have some people concerned, frustrated, and that he's not a lost cause. And they want you to either know that or pass the word along. Okay, you have a son and a grandson. Are either of them struggling or a handful right now, like near teenage or young adult that's just got you or the family concerned? Because they are coming through loud and clear that this boy will be okay. Despite concerns, he will be all right. Things are going to turn around, but you just got to be patient and show some compassion and love with this boy. And once you confirm that for me and I make sure that that landed where it needed to go, we'll move on to Christine. Christine, if you can hear me, go ahead and give me your question and what kind of cards, unless you want me to give you more options. My son is a risk taker motorcycle. How old is your son, Lisa? And I'll confirm if that's who they're talking about. Okay. All right. Life purpose, earth angels. Is that a topic you want to talk about, or are you talking about, you mean earth warriors, the deck? Are you asking about earth angels, or are you talking about the deck? Because I got earth warriors, I got star seeds, Isis, divine circus, fairies, unicorns, or past life if you'd like a past life reading. But we can do any of that, life purpose with any of those. Earth warriors. Okay, perfect. Got it. We'll do that as soon as I wrap up here with Lisa. She just let me know, Lisa, what if your son is a young adult, young teenager or young adult, early 20s or so. I'd say that's the energy I'm feeling they're talking about. If you can just confirm that for me, so I can make sure that I've got the right person that they're talking about. But I feel like we're on the right track because I feel like you've been worried about him. Okay. Is that who it is? Yeah. Yeah, I'd still like confirmation on the age just so I know I'm getting it right, because that's good feedback for me since I haven't been reading for so long and this is getting used to. 32 but acts 18. Okay, so his energy could be feeling and acting 18. Is that it? Okay. Yeah, Lisa, he's going to be okay. And I even feel like he might get hurt, but it's not going to be, I don't believe it's going to be life threatening. He's not going to kill himself with it. At least not anytime soon. Not to, sorry, I don't mean to sound like, not today, maybe tomorrow. I'm sorry, I don't mean the candor with that, but I just feel like right now, obviously, we can change. Our future is malleable and it can change at any time based on our actions. The energies that are coming through right now and through what Spirit is telling me is that he's not going to kill himself. He could get hurt and he's going to have to learn some lessons the hard way, but he is not going to die making these risks, at least at this point. And from what they know, they just want you to put your mind at ease and trust that he is going to mature. He is going to grow up, maybe never to the point what you think he should, but he will be okay. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I have to go back and forth to be able to see. Oh my gosh. Oh, Lisa. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, they want you to not worry. They want you to know that he is going to work through this crazy stage, this immature stage. And it's going to seem like forever for you, but he's going to be okay and he's going to get there. Okay. All right, Lisa, thank you for allowing me the honor to read for you. I love you and I wish you well. I hope that you can work through everything you've gone through this year, this past year. It's incomprehensible. I mean, to go through all that in 1 year, along with the type of year we've all had, my heart is with you. Okay. All right, Christine, everyone that has joined and just tuned in recently, thank you so much. I'm grateful that you're here. Unfortunately, I'm only going to take one more reading tonight because I've already been going for several hours, but I would be happy to do so for you at another time. Give me 1 second here. Okay. I would be happy to do so for you at a later time. I will be trying to do more readings in the next week. So if you would like this video and subscribe to the channel, it will send you notifications to let you know the next time I go live, and you'll be put on the list. And I will try to get to everybody next week. There might be one or two that I might not even be able to get to next week, but we're not too long on the list. It's still possible. If I can get going faster and do a little shorter readings next time, I might be able to get you all in. So please don't hesitate to ask. And Kit is putting your name on the list. And I just want to thank you for joining. And please come back again so that we can take care of your reading next. Okay. So this one is for Christina. Give me just a minute to clear and disconnect from Lisa's energy. Sending her family with love and gratitude and thanks for helping me, and her guides. Now connecting with Christina. Let's see back here. Need to see Christina's McBride. Okay, connecting with Christina. Christina McBride's, but this is how my process: connect with Christina's higher self, connecting with her spirit guides. Please, Christina would like to know about her life purpose. And we're using the Earth Warrior cards, so I'm going to ask Christina's guides to please help me choose a card for Christina related to her life purpose that will give her some information about it. And there it is. Okay, we're going to start with one, and we'll decide then if we need to go to another. Okay, because you asked about the perfect question, that is a perfect segue into discussing, just in case I lose anybody that decides to leave in the middle of this, that I do have a new course that I am offering that is called My Soul Purpose, the Experience, because it's meant to be an experience, a process, not just a course, that will walk you through the steps to help you discover what your life purpose is and how to attain that life purpose by aligning with it and knowing little things you can do every day to help you get onto the right track. Helps you discover your soul's divine blueprint, which is the plan that your soul created for yourself before you were born, that is supposed to help you lead you to that life purpose and be successful at it. And this course is developed based on my own personal experience, the experience of the mentors that I have followed over the last couple of years, as well as several certification courses I took to become a spiritual life purpose coach and a spiritual development teacher. And with this course, my whole purpose is to really teach you how to find your purpose. So right now, that course is about to be launched next month. In the meantime, I'm inviting everybody from this group to join the beta team that can help test that course for me to find any problems before we launch it. And in exchange for your feedback, your input, and letting me know how the experience works for you, you'll be able to work with me one-on-one. You'll be able to work with me in coaching in a group, and we will help work through your process, fix the course and make it what it needs to be for future students. Your input will help future students with their journey. And in turn, for a referral, a testimony, and a review at the end, I am giving the course to you for 50% off. That's half off. It's an immersive, transforming, life-changing process that gets really to the heart of what your soul wants. So if any of you are interested, after I'm done here, it'll take me a couple minutes once I hang up, I'm going to put that information in the comments. I apologize. I should have done it before the reading, but I was taking care of things with my son. But if you're interested in checking it out, I am going to put the link there. And I would really appreciate it. It's going to be a very small, intimate group, only 10, 15 people max, because I want it to be really personal. And the really neat thing about this course, too, is it's ever changing and evolving. With each new group that comes in and takes it, I am actually going to change the course to fit that group based on intuitive readings about that group and its energy to figure out what actual needs that group has that I can meet, and add to the course and take away from the course every time I relaunch it. And you can help be a part of that. And I would really appreciate it. If you feel like you really want to know about your life purpose, you feel like your life's gotten off track, you don't know where you got off track or why, you're not happy with where the direction you're going, if you just want to learn how to connect with your intuition so that you have better guidance to make good choices, if you want to learn about your spiritual gifts, if you have special abilities, if you can do what I'm doing and didn't even know it, we can help figure all that out as well. So if that resonates with you and you're really interested in that, please check the comments. When we're done here, come back if you need to. If you, and I can actually give you the website that you can check right now. I just gotta get to it. Anyway, in case you're interested, please check it out and join us, because through everything that I've been through, if you just joined, please go on and check out the beginning of this video, because I explained what I went through over the last year or two and all of the adversity that I had to overcome, and how I learned and moved forward and brought my life to a life of joy and happiness now through that process that I'm actually teaching in the course. So if for any reason you are not happy with your life right now, please check into joining us, because we really want to help you, but we also could really use your insight into making this the better course for everyone. So I am going to do this reading, but I'm also going to put it there real quick in case any of you have to hop off of here, so that you can find it later, or can find it now if you need to. It'll only take a second. Just got to get to it. All right. You say that easier said than done when I say that, right? Okay. It's because I'm on my phone and I can't see the same things that I can on my laptop. You know what? I'm going to put it right here in the comments here for now. Posting it right here in the comments, and then I'll put it at the end of the comments after we're done. You just click on that link and it takes you straight to the page to learn more about it. And then I'm also going to post the link to my video that talks a little bit more about it. I post that here so you can hear me talk a little bit more about it as well. So those are in there in the comments right now. You can check into it, but let's give Christina her reading. And that is this card. Hope you can see all that. It's called the Pachamama. She with the Andean Emerald Heart. I love this card. I just drew this card for myself, so you and I have something in common. There's this beautiful warrior princess with all these animals around her. And she has this beautiful emerald green hummingbird in her heart. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, page 38 is right here. It says, for you, Christina, I'm sorry. Pachamama, the goddess of the earth honored by the indigenous peoples of the Andes, holds space for many different creatures to live within her field, including the crazy, beautiful, dangerous, and divine humanity. She knows that life thrives through diversity. She is able to foster life with such genius and generosity because there is no fear preventing her from holding space for the new to emerge. Be open to new and different space for the Be open to the new and the different in yourself and in your life. Trust like the Earth Mother as an act of devotion. She is watching over you as you evolve to manifest the fullness of your sacred and original life purpose. Sound familiar? Life purpose. Okay, so you are basically being watched over and evolving right now, and you are on track towards your original life purpose. But it sounds like we got a little off track, and they're about to talk about that. Don't hold back from what is happening. You feel like you are in fear of something and you're letting things hold you back from opportunities that are trying to present themselves. But out of fear, you're missing those opportunities, which means then in turn, you're missing the chance to fulfill your life purpose. Things need to change. Change can be good. So let them change. It may seem chaotic or overwhelming now. However, when you realize that you don't need to figure it all out, you can relax, allowing the wisdom of what is happening at a deeper level to unfold. Trust that inner resources are enough and will grow to meet your needs for soul expression in this world. So you have an actual need to express yourself, to express your soul. And once you relax and realize you don't have to control this all, you don't have to figure it all out, you'll be able to find that way to express yourself and therein fulfill your purpose. You may sometimes feel like you're juggling too many projects with too few arms. The Divine Mother can help you if you trust her to keep an eye on things and guide the process for you. And I'm hearing you need to trust the universe, trust Creator, that things are going to be okay, that we don't, and I say we because I'm this person. I got this card a couple weeks ago. We want to control everything out of fear. This oracle indicates that peace and harmony will eventually triumph over conflict and challenge. You can be assured of it, bringing about a new way of being. Let's see. Very off track. It really resonates right now. Perfect. Your spiritual guidance is, how is it that the boundless diversity of nature interacts as an extraordinary and harmonious ecosystem, rather than dropping into a melee of competing interests, destructive conflict, or soul-deadening copycat conformity? In other words, how can the lions and the tigers and the owls and the eagles and the muskrats all get along with the dogs and the cats? How are we not just all in one big fight? How can we be all so different, have so much different diversity and change throughout all the species on this planet, and yet it all just kind of works? Not to say that there's not predator and prey, because there is, but that's part of the circle of life that has a bigger purpose. But it's not just all chaos and war all the time. There's a lot of beauty and a lot of peace. There are animals that come to the watering holes that drink side by side that would normally fight in any other circumstance, but yet it all works. And they're saying this is the way in our lives as well. It's all a question of holding space for it. The more diverse the input into any field, the more potential there is for conflict, yes, but also for creative innovation and beauty. Through our differences, we can bring out the best in each other. We could also allow differences to bring out the worst in us. If we do, allowing them to close us down out of fear, we would stifle the uniqueness of our soul and theirs. If we cannot hold space For increasing diversity, we risk extinguishing our creative passion for originality. And then the energy, excitement, and evolution that uniqueness evokes will be lost. So this applies to change as well. Things that you don't think should change because it's scary, or you don't know what the outcome is going to be, or how it's going to, if it's going to work and get along or not work. We're stifling the possibility of some great beauty emerging by not letting that change happen out of fear. Those of us in positions of spiritual leadership and sacred guardianship desire a more vitalizing outcome for our communities. That means we need to tend to the way that we hold space. Hold space could mean a lot of things, but most importantly, it means how we think about something, how we feel about it, and how, if we may pray for it, or we may ask it to go away, we may fear it and push it away. Holding space is how you react to something. And when we talk about holding space for something, it's usually in a positive way because we're holding space for someone out of love and out of compassion. But we too can hold negative space for something by pushing it away and resisting it, not allowing it to be in our field. And what this message is that you don't have to do that with this change and the diversity that you're seeing coming into your life. You don't have to fear it. You don't have to repel it because you aren't sure how it's going to play out. Spirit is assuring you it's okay. It has much more prospect for beauty and creativity than it does for anything negative. For such an invisible concept, holding space has an extraordinary power. To tap into that power, we need to understand that we cannot hold for another what we can't hold for ourselves. So we got to allow ourselves to branch out, change, and accept opportunities as well. It has been said in Buddhist wisdom teachings that without compassion for the self, there cannot ever truly be compassion for another. Modern psychology teaches us that we cannot love another before we learn to love ourselves. This is empowering. It means that we can grow as capable new world leaders and guardians of communities through the work that we do within. It is reassuring to remember that the more we are able to hold space for ourselves, which means also loving ourselves, taking care of ourselves, nurturing ourselves, the more we become a presence in which others can also flourish. As you do your inner work, your presence can create sacred space that's constructive, potent, and transformative for others as well as yourself. Like ripples in the pond of consciousness, which emanate outward from the center, the space you hold within can create a freeing and uplifting consciousness. Palpable in its effect, this will have a potential reach far beyond what you will expect. As we grow in our role of sacred guardianship on this planet, the space we hold for ourselves and the world becomes more potent and important than ever before. That space can become a way for diversity to be either a beautiful orchestra or a cacophony of chaos. The outcome depends on our ability to hold a sacred feminine presence. Man, these words are challenging me. It's getting late. These outcomes depend on our ability to hold a sacred feminine presence that allows for differences to be integrated into oneness, while still understanding that oneness has nothing to do with sameness. You have the ability to bring great life to the souls of this world through honoring your own soul journey. Don't underestimate the importance of your inner work, nor the healing effect that it initiates on the world. So I'm getting two really clear messages here for you, Christina. One, don't be afraid of the change that's happening right now in your life specifically and in the world. And I'll get back to that in a minute. And two, you need to remember to live in your purpose, in your power every day, and do what you need to do without fear so that you can set an amazing, beautiful example for those around you. Right now, more than ever, we need people like that to be showing the rest of the world that it's okay to take care of ourselves. It's okay to put ourselves first. It's okay to be amazing and creative and to accept change where we stand, because look what happens, and be the example and show them how it turns out and how beautiful it is. They're telling you that being afraid to be yourself, being afraid to accept the change that's coming your way, will not only stifle you, but it'll stifle those around you that are watching you. And that you never know how far that message can reach. You don't know how many people are watching from close up or from afar that may be scared too, that may want to move and take a giant leap of faith at something or trying to fulfill their purpose, but they're scared. And when they see how scared you are, they just shut down and they don't do it either because, well, nobody else is doing it. That's how they're going to feel when they see that you're not doing it. They think, well, nobody else is doing it, so they don't jump either, and they stay stifled and stuck. So that's an important message. But as far as the change, they're telling me to share this from a greater standpoint. This applies to you, but it applies to all of us. So many of us right now are losing perspective on what's really going on in this world. And for some of us, we're really not clear of what's going on in this world. We see all the change and all the chaos, and it's so scary, and we don't understand what's happening. What's happening right now, and I can tell you as a spiritual teacher, from a spiritual point of view, all the chaos, all the craziness is just one thing happening. One thing that explains all of it. Anything that you question is happening right now, it can all be explained by one thing. And that is that there is a battle between good and evil, just like we've been told, whether it be in religion or whether it be, in kindergarten when we were taught right from wrong. There's a good and there's a bad. We live in a duality on this planet and in the universe where there's a yin and a yang. And right now we're watching a battle play out before us of those two powers, those strong energies. Right now, the dark is trying to take over and trying to win. But what those of us know that are more at peace with all of this chaos is that the good has already won. We have already won. The good win this battle. The dark have already know that they've lost. They're just scraping and scampering, trying to one last chance at winning, even though it's fruitless. But this battle cannot be won by them because humanity is waking up. We are awakening on a huge level now, a giant level, where we're not going to take this darkness anymore. It's not acceptable, and we're not going to put up with it. And because of that, we're waking up, and we're going to stand up to it, and the darkness is going to fall. And at the same time that we are waking up, the earth's vibration is raising, and the earth is growing and ascending as well, raising its vibration, which is also raising ours and causing us all to awaken. And the earth is ascending the same way that we are ascending, meaning growing and becoming more conscious and a living, breathing entity that is recreating itself and rebirthing itself from the darkness to the light. So right now, what is happening is the earth is purging itself of all the darkness that has consumed it for so many years. And by doing so, we're getting to see all the chaos that has to be brought to the light. Things that have been hidden away, tucked away for years that we didn't understand are now being brought to our attention, which makes it seem like hell is freezing over and the world's going to hell in a handbasket. But this stuff has been going on forever. We just weren't aware of it. Nor did we have social media and ways to talk about it the way we do now. But it's being brought to the light so that It's like pulling back the curtains on the cockroaches. They all go scattering and then they go someplace else to hide. But the earth is pulling back the light on everything. There's nowhere for them to hide anymore, which means they're going to die and they're going to go away or go on to their next journey, wherever that is. And we're going to be left with beauty and light and a new earth where there will be no sadness, because we will be in such a high vibration that it will be all high vibes all the time. Lower vibrational energies can't survive. Now, I don't know if all of you can follow this and understand it, but mark my words, this is what's happening. And the more you watch and see what's going on around you, the more I believe with time it'll become evident. And the reason I'm sharing this is because it ties into Christina's message that Spirit's sharing with her. It's our perspective that keeps us from being in fear. Those of us that understand what's happening and see the bigger picture know that all that craziness and chaos that seems evil and awful has to happen for a reason. Without the evil being exposed and brought to the light, we can't ever change for the better. But once it's gone, look at the beauty that can happen. Look at the healing that can happen and the joy. So if we see it and understand what's happening, we can look at it and go, yes, more darkness failed. More darkness is gone, and it's another victory for the light, and we're moving on and we're moving up and we're better. That much closer to heaven on earth. But if we don't understand that, then all we see is the negative, and we have reason to be afraid. And then we sit in fear instead of a place of hope and joy. And it's the same thing with whatever is going on in Christina's life right now. Whatever change is coming, it may seem scary. Yes, absolutely, Christina. It's happening for a reason, an important reason. And Spirit is trying to tell you that whatever you see that's coming that seems scary, or even just you don't know what to think about the change, accept and know that it's happening for good. And that there is, with the change comes opportunity. Okay, it's so easy to sit stuck in fear in one place. But guess what? Things get boring. They get stifled. It gets old. It gets easy to take things for granted and not appreciate things anymore. There's no fun or joy in just being stuck and staying in one spot. The only way that you can find joy and purpose is by moving forward in flow. Everything is energy, including change, including opportunity, and it has to flow to grow. So if you stay stuck, you can't grow, and you can't find the joy and the beauty in everything. So what Spirit is trying to tell you, yes, you do have to trust, absolutely, 100%. And that's something I teach in my course, is trust is one of the most important factors of opening yourself up for your purpose to happen. And that is the step they're trying to explain here. We are all growing and being brought opportunity to change right now. Important opportunities because of everything and the importance of what's going on in the world right now. Now more than ever, we are all being brought to the chance to accept the change for the better, so that we can align with our life purpose and shine our light throughout this world to help beat this darkness and grow together as a collective in our consciousness. You, Christina, if you open yourself up to opportunity and change and embrace it, still use discernment, definitely don't just chase down every opportunity. Of course, you got to listen to your intuition, which is also taught in the course. But You listen, Night Carol, thank you for coming. I love you. Thanks so much for being here. But if you open yourself up to that change and you listen with your heart and your intuition and accept the change that you can tell isn't the big bad scary wolf coming at you, something awful or evil, which most of it is not. Most of it is the universe trying to give you opportunities that we often tend to shun away and don't even realize it out of fear. If you open yourself up to that and trust, you're going to align with your life purpose, and it's going to be easier to reveal it to you. You'll remember it easier, and you will come into alignment with the path you need to take to discover it and fulfill it. So that's the first step that they want you to embrace. And know that your life purpose is within you. You do know it. Your soul knows it. If you think you know it and you're not sure, but you think you do, that's it. You know it. If you're totally confused and don't have the first clue, that's okay. That just means that you need to do a little more work on it, okay? That you're going to get there because it's within you. You'll remember it. It'll come about. You just got a little work to do. Whether it's my course or whether it's research, there's a bunch of steps you can take personally to do it on your own, but you got to find the research and kind of listen to your guidance so that you know where to go for it. Starting with meditating and connecting with your spirit guides and your higher self, you will discover it. It just takes some effort and time. But what really resonates with your heart, usually if you have an inkling, then you're correct. But most of us right now, our purpose is here to shine light and to hold that light and to hold that space for the rest of the collective while they awaken to help humanity grow. Now, we also have a more personal purpose within that and a way to do that, but that's our main purpose. So if you're not quite sure what your purpose is yet, Christina, I'm sorry, I have a good friend named Christine, so I just keep saying Christine, I apologize. If you're not sure yet, focus on that. If you focus on shining your light and being your truest, authentic self and showing unconditional love to help the collective usher in this new earth, it will raise your vibration to the point where the more you focus on that, the more the rest of your purpose will be revealed. Does that help, Christina? I know it doesn't give you exact answers, but it's ways to help you figure it out and to guide you further. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Very good. Well, if you have any questions, you're welcome to message me. Like I said, shared the information about the course. I'd like to invite you to check that out. I know not everybody's going to want to take it or even be able to take it, and that is fine. I know that it will serve a certain purpose for those that need it. But it is something that I worked very hard on, and I want to recommend. I'm also offering a free masterclass on it where you'll get the first 8 steps of this long course. This course is so transformational that it actually will be several months worth of work and passion and joy and fun as well, not hard work. But it is a long course, and I'm giving you the first 8 steps of that course free in a free masterclass that I'm offering next Wednesday. I will also put that into the comments. You are welcome to join. Now, that masterclass is for the full course, not the beta part that I'm offering right now. So there's 2 separate links. The ones I already shared is for the beta version. That's the one that's half off. The other link that I'm going to share is for the full-length version that's going to be, or not the full-length version. It's a full-length version, but the beta people get the full-length version as well. But it's the full price version that will launch next month after the beta team has perfected it. So if you can't do the beta team, you can check it out and do the free online masterclass to at least get you started. And you know what? If you follow that class and then decide you don't want to do the full course, that's fine. That's okay. Hopefully, something that I give you in that free masterclass will jumpstart your process and give you the tools that you need to do it on your own if you feel guided. Some people are perfectly capable of doing it on their own. Sometimes it takes years to do it on your own. So that's my goal, is to bring it all together in one place and save you a lot of time and research and help you be able to do it without having to go through all the steps of learning through life experiences or learning the hard way. So that's why I'm offering it. Please check it out. In the meantime, come back, visit me, watch my channel, reach out. I'm just so grateful that you guys joined me. And I know how hard it is for you, Christina. I do understand. I am now a single mom myself of special needs. One child still under my roof, but a second one that's grown now and has her own child. So I get it. There's a lot of fear around all of that. There really is, because you want what's best for your kids. And because of that, we try and control it all, and sometimes wind up stifling things or not quite doing it the right way. But God, we love them so much that we'll do anything, and that's what matters the most. So keep doing what you're doing. We're going to F it up sometimes, honey. I'm sorry, but we are. But you know what? If we do it out of love, we're a million times ahead of the ones that aren't doing things out of love, and our kids are going to thrive because of it. So God bless you. Okay, you guys, thank you so much. You are so welcome, and I am grateful for the honor to be able to read for you. I can't wait till we get to do it again. I will keep the list of those that I have down for the next reading, and we'll keep that list going, and I'm going to try and read as often as I can. Can't make promises because of health and energy stuff, but you know what? I can't wait to share everything that I've learned, everything I've experienced. It's all been for the good, and I can't wait to get that out to everybody. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I missed you all so much. I love you. I really mean that when I say that. I'm not just saying it. I love you with all my heart and soul. Kit, I will get with you afterwards, or you can just DM me tomorrow if you're tired. But thank you guys, okay? God bless you all. Namaste. Have a good night. Listen to that.